Make my wish come true. 'Cause all I want for Christmas is you. Yeah, yeah. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there under the fireplace. Santa Claus will make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true, 'cause all I want for Christmas is you. Baby, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I will make a list and send it to the North Pole for Saint Nick. I won't even stay away to hear those magic reindeers click. I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? All I want for Christmas is you. Baby, oh yeah. All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children's laughter fills the air, and everyone is singing. I hear the sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring to me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just wanna see my baby standing right outside my door. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas.
KUAM-FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Alto Israel siha basta menangis Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Samotus tai Mesias pagunahani Usijata adora irai manrai siha Tatuna janta onra ilahin jus magahe Tatuna janta onra ilahin jus magahe Tatuna janta onra ilahin jus magahe Gloria as tus gilae Gloria as tus
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, glorious streams from heaven afar, heavenly host sings hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born.
maakt. Het zoiets saluda, antes de hom nega. Radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante todo em memu. A nogi distância, como cupugi palu. Zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogita moru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba isla sin parat para y honra, para y gloria, abiba isla sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition. Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon. Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon.
Good morning, Guam. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. And welcome to The Link. First Monday of Christmas week. Jay, the official countdown here. It's 4 more, what?
4 more days, including today. 4 more
Yeah.
shopping days.
Right. So Christmas is on Saturday.
It's on Saturday.
And so is New Year's Day. And so that, good morning, everyone. So that means that we've got 2 3-day weekends to close out 2021.
Some of you do.
Yeah, some.
Retailers definitely do not.
No. Good morning, 6:23. It's Monday, December 20th. Just right off the bat, want to offer condolences to Sabrina Salas Mentanani. Her dad sadly passed away yesterday, Guam time.
Yeah, so if you guys follow Sabrina on Facebook, and many of you do, and thank you for the comments and your sympathies that you've already put in the comments. One of our extended family members has gone home to rest, and as you may know, Bree, took a couple trips to the States this year because her father has been in ailing health for some time, but he was greatly comforted with his children there, Bree among them. Her brother Pat used to come on the link all the time and was such an active member and everything like that, but unfortunately he passed away yesterday. She reached out to Chris and Bree, Joe Sir, and I early yesterday, and we were kind of extending some of our own thoughts, but he's in a much better place now. And thank you guys for helping her through this very difficult time. I know that post that she actually put, I don't know if she shared it with you prior to posting, Chris, but she said she had a really, really hard time writing that. And this is someone who's a former journalist of the year and someone who has practiced the art of writing for better than 30 years, and she just said that was the hardest thing she'd ever have to write, and rightfully so.
She wrote on her Facebook page, on behalf of my mom and brothers, thank you for all your prayers and support during this time. My dad passed away early this morning yesterday in Las Vegas. As many of you know, he has been sick and in and out of the hospital over the last several months. We're still trying to figure things out. However, my Auntie Margie and Uncle Joe have made arrangements for rosaries beginning today, 6:30 in the morning with Mass, to follow 7 a.m. at Mount Carmel Church in Hoggett.
Yeah. And so when Bree reached out to me yesterday and I said, that she said she was asking me some stuff, and obviously she was still very, very emotional. She'd only found out shortly beforehand. And this was before 5 a.m. yesterday. She messages me and she goes, "Hey, are you up?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And then she told me, so, I was, hopefully sharing some words of, comfort and encouragement and sympathies also. But she said, my mom said specifically, and her mom's out there in Vegas too, and she goes, she wants holy water from San Roque. And the first thing I thought of was okay, that's Barrigada Parish, because Barrigada, of course, San Vicente San Roque, and San Roque, of course, the patron saint of, among other things, disease and healing and sickness. So I ran right up to her house, picked her up, drove halfway across the island, went over there, and we just caught the 6 o'clock mass coming out. So we talked to Father, and he said, okay, well, can I come to the house and can I, say blessings? And we're like, no, it's a stateside thing. And he said, oh, okay. And he was nice enough to have one of those little, the bottles, and it clearly marks on it, and it says holy water.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're very, 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 very kind, and they really took care of her. So.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for your prayers.
Very much.
It's a very, very difficult time for a family.
Obviously, Sabrina's going to be taking some time off. I know she's heading out this week, right?
Yeah. She's trying to get out as soon as she can.
As soon as she can, yeah.
But yeah, so to Bree and to Pat and her mom and little Brock and to Tyler. And everything like that, we're here for you guys. That goes without saying.
Yeah. Saddest thing was, we had to record our Christmas memories. So there's a commercial running, right? And then I know that Bree had a hard time recording hers because she was telling me that, she missed spending Christmas with her parents. Mm-hmm. Right. And so that was kind of where she was when we recorded those greetings. And I mean, to know that that's how she was feeling this holiday season, and then for her to lose her dad. Wow, definitely in our prayers.
But I also, tried to pass along, what I went through with when my dad, we lost him 3 years ago, and I said, I was like, you did everything that you possibly could within your power and everything like that, and you should take comfort in that. Is you tried as the best you could, and you did make a difference and everything, and and he knows that, and it shows. Yeah, you were a good daughter.
Great daughter.
Yeah.
Best. 6:27. It's Monday, December 20th, 2021. Yep, Christmas week, guys. So we're off on Friday.
Yeah.
Because
This
it's
Friday and
it's
then
a
next
holiday,
Friday.
and then next Friday as well. So we're gonna try and fit as much link as we can into this week's shows. Starting with today, Monday.
So this week is gonna be a really really weird week anyway, because right off the bat, the governor on Friday now increased the social distancing.
Oh yeah.
Or the I'm sorry, the
Social
gathering
gathering.
limits. Yeah.
What is it now? It's
to
like 100.
100.
Okay. Let me
It's a hundy.
hundo.
Yeah, hundo. Is that what they say? Hundo.
Yeah.
Hunnit. Joe Sir said. So there's that, and then you've got.
It's n-
Then you've got
it's
the
now
malls,
100.
and then you've got pretty much. I don't believe there are any more schools that are in session right now, right? Because I know the private schools are out, right, you guys?
Yeah, it's
Public
break.
schools out.
Yep. Public schools out.
And the retailers are, they've got their specials, and they're really trying to do as well as they can, with the holiday season. And then with private companies and like people that work in offices and everything like that, of course Friday is going to be maybe people kind of take Christmas Eve like a little bit easy, or that maybe even extend to Thursday. So I mean this week in terms of productivity is going to be a little bit awkward.
Yeah. I saw this here. The car score increased slightly.
Yeah, now it's up to 0.6.
Oh my God, 0.6. So nothing crazy.
So it's kind of when it was 0.7, then it went to 0.5, and then it went to 0.6, and held at 0.6 for a couple days. But
Right. Yeah, there definitely was a lot of stuff that happened over the weekend. Over in the NMI, to say there's a lot going on, that's
yeah.
that's
And
an
we've got
understatement.
one guy covering all of it.
Yeah,
He's doing a bang up job.
He is. He's coming on at 9. We're gonna go in depth on our CNMI regional news update at 9:00 with Tomas Manglotnia. Senator Joanne Brown jumping on. Above step recruitment kind of blew the lid off this, and it has become a real hot topic. And there's another above step recruitment that I think you guys are probably gonna be interested in.
And probably consequently, Senator Tello Taitagui has now introduced legislation
Right,
that is
yeah.
requiring staffing patterns for all public sector agencies to be posted online.
monthly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, so it's not like one time shot. Let's just do this just to get the senator off our ass and everything like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Come October, this is a routine thing. But Dr. Thomas Kreis at UOG wholeheartedly was in agreement with it. But he also said, okay, can you at least consider the fact that not every staffing pattern, a staffing pattern is not a staffing pattern is not a staffing pattern. There may be some demotions. There may be people who might be subject to harassment or ridicule and everything like that. So at least when we're crafting this bill, he goes, I'm all for it, but people may what would you call that, staffing shame?
Yeah, but I mean, I think people just need to realize that anything to do with personnel, I mean, unless it's like a personnel action where they're being disciplined, it's just public information. I mean, whether you are demoted or transferred or being let go, those things are all. I mean, you could go today on the DOA website and look up, who's been fired, who's been terminated. So yeah, I thought that was interesting that some of the I think GVB also was like, hey, God, how much more do you want us to report? Kind of. But I'll just tell you guys, as someone in the media, it's frustrating when you find out about these things after the fact, like above step recruitments. I'd like to catch them in real time so that the public can be aware of what's going on. Yeah, I did see that. Senator Taitagui, of course, had her hearing. Was that Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, former DOC Deputy Director Joey Terlahi indicted. That was some big news that happened Friday. He was indicted by Superior Court grand jury on a charge of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 charges of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. This stems from former Jotnia Mayor Jesse Blas's whole trial. There was a woman who had come out and alleged that the former DOC Deputy Director had held her prisoner or something at a barbecue. And I just want to say, I mean, wow, I was pretty surprised that the Attorney General, their office announced this. And it's also very interesting that the public safety chair, who is Joey Terlahi's dad, Senator Pito Terlahi, had brought this up in a hearing. I felt like that was a huge conflict of interest. He had the judiciary on, it was some type of hearing or oversight, and he had asked, hey, what about my son and these allegations? Do they seem false? So I don't know. I think that's concerning when you have somebody who's obviously conflicted in a position overseeing public safety when we all know public safety is one of the biggest issues on our island right now. At 6:31, who else coming on, Jay? National Weather Service?
Yeah, so Brandon, Landon, I don't believe back yet.
Where
from
is
the,
he?
From the Bayou.
Oh,
He's I don't know if he caught the Saints game, but yeah, he's representing the island. And he's doing some regional. I think it's he spoke at one thing, and then it's also like a training session. So twin brother Brandon, whoa, Brandon, that
You
puberty,
right?
that puberty thing.
yeah, it hit.
So twin brother Brandon coming on, probably gonna like brag a little bit about how low his power bill is while running 10,000 LED lights in his house, which is totally cool. I mean, that's an abject lesson about like what the power of LED lights and how they can save you power.
Yeah, I wonder what he's gonna have to say about the weather because it was like
Yeah.
it was kind of weird this weekend, right, sir? It was like rain hot. Yeah, it was like super hot and then super hard rain. That's super hot.
Yeah, it's like if you took a nap, as I did. Like I got up and somebody was like, "Hey, did you know it rained?" I was like, "Really?" You go outside and like it was like, "No, it was sunny in the morning. It's like sunny
Yeah.
right now." I was like, "No, it rained like pretty hardcore for about 10 minutes."
I took a nap yesterday. I fell asleep to the sound of the rain and woke up to the sunlight.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
How was your weekend, by the way?
It was good. 6:33. I hosted Uproar Custom Fitness. That was awesome.
Yeah, we had a live stream of that.
Yeah.
It was Uproar. It was the Slay Games too. And
Yep.
Yeah. So how did that go?
It was great. They had they also had a Killcliff liftoff, which was kind of like a strong man, strong woman competition. And then the Uproar Slay Games was like a partner competition where you had male and female from different gyms competing against other males and females from different gyms, and just a variety of. I forget exactly how they worded it, but it was something like multiple extreme sport challenges, which is a total understatement.
Those strongman competitions are, I mean, they're so unbelievable because I mean, you know Rollins Nicholas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rollin, I saw he's put on Facebook for the better part of a year that he's been training for them. He actually competed in one, and what was that one dude? His name Mountain, the one in Game of Thrones. He was actually a former strongman champion himself. That big dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like a global
Yep.
like champion. But I mean, these things are. It's not just brute strength. It's not getting shredded. It's not getting ripped. We actually got a story about a Guamanian who is now completely shredded and now she's a champion. But this is strength on a completely different level.
Yeah, a lot of it's functional stuff. So
Yeah.
this Killcliff liftoff, it was with the barbells and the I know B Swoles, Brandon Holm took the strongman
Nice.
title with like 160 kilos.
And then we know from our friend Big Tone. I mean, that's powerlifting, which is a completely different type of strength.
Right, yeah.
That's strength and pacing yourself and endurance.
Right.
And as someone who has never had like upper body
Yeah, you
strength
can totally
myself,
tell Jay and I are way in unfamiliar territory talking about strength.
It's like, hey man, did you?
He's like, strength, that must be nice to have.
yeah, it's like, hey man, did you bench 45? What do you mean 45 reps? No, 45 pounds. Did you-
45 pounds, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I have so much appreciation for like those kind of athletes and everything like that because I mean, that's raw power right
Yeah,
there.
right on. Anything else you want to say about it?
No, I
You
mean,
good? You good?
remember NFL's Strongest Man competition?
Yeah.
Now like Hall of Famer Larry Allen, he did what, like 68 reps or something like that at 250?
Crazy. At 6:35, welcome to the link. It's proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box on this Christmas vacation week, Monday, December 20th. Let's go ahead and take our first look at news here. In for Sabrina Salas, Matt Tanani, Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Guam. There were some very positive events that happened in our island community over the weekend, but first, we want to share our condolences as our island community is grieving after the victim in a fatal fire in Totu has been identified as 27-year-old Daniel Kinata. On the morning of December 8th, Mr. Kinata was extricated from his home on San Miguel Street and transported to Naval Hospital in Agana Heights, where he later succumbed to his injuries. His sister Francesca told KUM News, and I quote, "Daniel was a loving father to 5 beautiful children. He was a jokester of the family, selfless when it came to helping others. May my brother rest in peace." That from his sister Francesca about Daniel Kinata. Their family is asking for the community for their continued prayers as they prepare for his funeral service. When we find out more about rosaries and the memorial, we'll make sure to pass it along to you. Moving on to other news, congratulations go out this morning to the University of Guam's graduates, some 241 of them. Among the degree recipients were the first ever civil engineering degree holders. 3 separate ceremonies were held for the fall semester. The first awarded 30 degrees under the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, 27 degrees under the Natural and Applied Sciences School, and 12 degrees under the somewhat new School of Engineering. They're in their 4th year now. The second ceremony awarded 65 degrees under the Education School, that's always popular, and 12 degrees under the School of Health. And the third ceremony awarded 95 degrees under the Business and Public Admin School. Yay, CPPBA, that's my alma mater. Of the 65 master's degrees, more than half were education majors. The valedictorian was Anthony V. Regis, who earned a bachelor's in civil engineering and is UOG's first ever valedictorian from the engineering school. As we were mentioning a few moments ago, in sports news, congratulations going out to this morning to our friend Geraldine Mesa. She placed first at the 2021 Sheru Classic NPC National Championships. It's a bodybuilding competition held at the Orlando Convention Center in Florida. Mesa competed in the Bikini Class A division. With the win, Geraldine earned her pro card. You can go on to our Instagram feed at instagram.com/KUM News. Make sure to congratulate Geraldine. Chris, she looks absolutely smashing. I mean, really, really amazing. We've known Geraldine. She's been working at this for a very, very long time. In COVID news, on Sunday, 5 people were hospitalized for coronavirus. 1 of them is in the ICU and 1 is on a ventilator. Of those patients, 3 are vaccinated and 1 is unvaccinated. The status of 1 is unknown. There were 3 positive cases out of 257 tests. The island's CAR score, as Chris mentioned a few moments ago, now 0.6. Let's take you back to the newsroom now as Isaiah Uggan is standing by, and he's got what else is making island headlines with your link up.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. The governor is easing COVID restrictions again, but only slightly. In a post on her social media site, she announced she's raising the limit for social gatherings ahead of next week's Christmas celebration.
Effective Saturday, December 18, social gathering limits for outdoor events will increase from 75 to 100 persons. This is the only change to COVID-19 restrictions I am making at this time, under the advice and counsel of our healthcare experts. Now, I want to make clear that as we enter a new year and as we near the 2nd year mark of this ongoing crisis, that we are not yet out of the woods. We are monitoring a new variant called Omicron, which is highly transmissible. The good news is that vaccinations and boosters do work and are proving effective at preventing the severe illness caused by Omicron.
The governor says while there are no confirmed Omicron cases at this time, it's only a matter of time, and she urges the public to continue the necessary precautions to prevent a 4th surge. Former Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Allen Nafaji Terlahi was indicted by a Superior Court grand jury today on a charge of felonious restraint as a 3rd-degree felony and 2 charges of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. Terlahi resigned from his position at DOC in September 2019 after he was named by an FBI agent in federal court related to the indictment of former Jotya Mayor Jesse Blas. Blas was accused of extortion and accepting bribes from a confidential informant posing as a drug trafficker. He pleaded guilty. According to the FBI agent's testimony, Terlahi was a marshal along with other individuals who was present during an incident where Blas allegedly beat a woman up and held her for 3 days. Before he was at DOC, Terlahi was a marshal at the Superior Court of Guam. Today's indictment comes after several months of active investigation by the Office of the Attorney General, including the collection and review of evidence and witnesses' interviews. According to the indictment, Terlahi is accused of exposing the victim to risk of seriously bodily injury at a barbecue back in 2017 and for ignoring and abusing his position as a government official in relation to a crime committed. Terlahi will be arraigned on January 5, 2022. Terlahi is the son of Senator Pito Terlahi, who chairs the legislature's Committee on Public Safety. The victim in the fatal fire in Toto has been identified as 27-year-old Daniel Kanata. As KUM reported, it was on the morning of December 8 where Kanata was extricated from a home on San Miguel Street. He was transported to Naval Hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. His sister Francesca Kanata tells KUM News Daniel was a loving father to 5 beautiful children. He was the jokester of the family and selfless man when it came to helping others. May my brother rest in peace, end quote. The family is asking the community for their continued prayers as they prepare for his funeral services. KUM News spoke exclusively on Friday via Zoom with the committee chair on education to get her thoughts on how the Guam Department of Education is managing federal funds. Here's more. A virtual oversight hearing was held Wednesday to get a status report on GDOE's budget and to get a clearer picture of how federal money is being spent. GDOE is claiming a $45 million budget shortfall for this fiscal year. It appeared that the Guam Department of Education wasn't prepared for the discussion. However, Senator Talina Nelson, who called the hearing, said the topics were sent to the agency's office.
It's okay if they don't have the answer up front. I mean, their budget is so large and cumbersome, and they're dealing with many different types of revenue sources. And so that's fine. The important part is that we continue to be present in their budget discussions, and that's what we asked. So we should be anticipating some invitations for when the board meets to discuss about the budget, or the GDOE team meets to discuss about the budget and how the revenue sources will be spent. And it's a good time to do it because they usually present their budget to the legislature in January.
Senator Nelson pointed out that based on her number from the AS400, GDOE isn't seeing a shortfall but experienced a surplus a few years ago.
So for the following years in 2017 and 2018, their fund balance at the end of the year for 2017 was like 4.8 million, and then 2018 was 2.2 million, roughly, right? A little bit over that. So, you know, my question is, and this is what we're going to continue to discuss. When Mr. Frank Cooper Nurse is available, we're sending a request to meet with him and to follow up on, you know, their interpretation of the budget and our interpretation of the budget.
GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez claims that the department has seen budget cuts ranging from 12 to 15% in the last few years. GDOE received millions of dollars in federal funds and is still eyeing at least a shortfall of $9.6 million. Senator Nelson still has questions unanswered about how GDOE is spending the federal budget and why they are experiencing a budget deficit.
They received CARES Fund money. ESF1 and ESF2 is what you would refer to it as. And then we also received ARP money specifically to GDOE. So how are we managing the funds? And from our understanding, ARP funds are a little bit more flexible and can be used for operational costs than the ESF1 and ESF2. And so we're just trying to wrap our mind around what GDOE is doing with the appropriation that we've given them.
Still no official confirmation from the Navy of the arrival next week of a big ship that will bring thousands of service personnel ashore from Liberty during the Christmas holiday. But there was an announcement of a new submarine to the home ported in Guam. The USS Jefferson City, a Los Angeles class attack submarine with a crew of about 140 sailors, is moving here from Honolulu. An official Navy publication quotes Submarine Squadron 15 Commodore Captain Brett Grabb as saying, quote, "This home port change continues our focus to bring our most capable submarines to theater with the greatest amount of striking power and operational capability to bear in the timeless manner. The USS Jefferson is now the 5th submarine to be home ported in Guam." That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, Isaiah, thanks so much. Christmas coming up on Saturday, boys and girls of all ages. And because of that, members from the U.S. Marine Corps, Semper Fi, donated a truckload of toys to our friends at the Salvation Army for families in need around the island. Here's more.
Toys, toys, and more toys everywhere. It's definitely going to be a very Merry Christmas for kids around the island. Commanding Officer of the Marine Corps Base, Camp Blas, Colonel Christopher Bopp expressed joy over the toy transfer.
The feeling of joy that we have in doing this is just indescribable, knowing that we're bringing hope and happiness so that children are able to enjoy the spirit of Christmas and have a wonderful holiday. It's just an incredible feeling of goodness that we're glad we can do.
This year, the Marine Corps Reserve collected 6,208 toys. Lead coordinator for Toys for Tots on Guam and the CNMI, Captain AJ Ramos.
This whole project, it's a testament to the collective strength and the collective goodwill of the island of Guam. It's not just a Marine Corps Reserve program, but it's an effort by everyone here on Guam to help us achieve this. And so it's unique, it's wonderful, it's great that we're able to do this, especially during a time of COVID and during a pandemic. So yeah, I'm really proud and I'm really happy to be a part of this.
Captain Eric Rood and Corps Officer Kerry Rood of the Salvation Army told KUAM just where these toys will be heading to.
We're just helping families that are in need, that have no way of actually providing toys for their family, for their kids.
Come next week, Monday through Thursday, families are going to come. They have their appointment. They show up. They get a box of food, and they get to shop for their kids. They get to come through, and mom and dad actually get to pick the toys for the child. So it's a good experience for everybody, and we walk away just feeling so good about our island.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
All right, staying with the holiday theme, our adorable little baker, little Kiki Leon Guerrero, is back for week 2 of her Christmas holiday recipes, and she's ready to share with you her special orange cranberry bundt cake. Check this out, you guys. This is really, really awesome.
Welcome to Baking with Kiki. Today we are going to be making a festive holiday cake. The holiday cake is an orange cranberry bundt cake, and these are the ingredients you'll need. We're going to need some powdered sugar, some oil, eggs, and just bits for the decoration, and some orange juice, and then we have just these for decoration, and then we have the cake mix, yellow cake mix. Then we have cranberries. The first step we are going to do is we are going to add our yellow cake mix. Then we are going to add our orange juice instead of water. Then we're going to put 1.5 cup of oil. And then we are going to put 3 eggs in this cake. We want to get more orange flavor, so we are going to take the zest off this orange, and you are just going to add, when you're done scraping it, you are going to add some into here. We are going to stir all the zest up. You're going to put about over 1/2 cup of cranberries into your batter, and you are going to fold the batter so you don't crush the cranberries. I'm going to ask my mommy to help me pour all of my batter inside of this. If it's too much, I'm not going to pour all. Because if you need parents' help, because it's kind of heavy. We are making our coated cranberries for the top for decoration. Now that it's all dried up, we are going to coat it in sugar. Here's an example. Now that our cake is cooling, we are going to make our toppings for the top. So what you'll need is, now that we're done with the cranberries, we are going to put 1.5 tablespoons of orange juice and 1 cup of powdered sugar. Now that our cake's nice and cold and we're done with our glaze, we are going to pour it on top. But if you need more, you can make more. Now that I'm done with my drizzle, I got my shifter, and I put some powdered sugar, and we are gonna press the button to make snow. You can use as much snow as you want. I'm gonna use a lot of snow because I like snow. Done. Now it looks like a Christmas wreath. And all I had to use to make the toppings to decorate the cake was coated cranberries and sugar and mints. Happy holidays. Thanks for baking with Kiki.
Is that not the cutest thing ever? Make sure to get the recipe on our YouTube channel. Make those amazing orange cranberry bundt cakes at home. Your family's going to love it. All right, let's take a look at some CNMI news, as being home for the holidays has special meaning for those who lost their houses after Super Typhoon Yutu tore through Saipan and Tinian 3 years ago. Our Tomas Manglona talked to one such family on Saipan who received help from FEMA just in time for the holiday season.
That home got flown away completely by Super Typhoon Yutu.
Patrick Cepeda knows what it's like to be at the center of a storm. He's on the front line with Homeland Security, usually responding to disasters. It was during Super Typhoon Yutu when he, like many others, found themselves in the middle of one.
Leave my family behind during every storm that ever happens here in Saipan. Now with the new home, I'll be more at ease and in content because now I do know that my family are going to be in a home that's completely safe against storm.
His home is one of 288 house projects under FEMA's Permanent Housing Construction Repair Program.
We've identified survivors who become applicants for individual assistance.
We met with Wayne Randy Clayton, who heads the Joint Recovery Office at a vacant home on Saipan.
One of our primary partners is the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the Army Corps designed these houses specific for CNMI and the tropical location and the impacts of typhoons, for example.
They've completed 88 repair projects and 65 full house construction projects. They plan to complete all house projects on Saipan and Tinian by the end of next year.
Very significant here. Not many missions will ever add up to be what we've had here for housing.
More people are now able to go to a home for the holidays, stronger than ever.
This house, I saw it built from ground up, and I don't know if you call it a typhoon shelter, but I would call it a bomb shelter, if anything. Yeah. It's really, really strong.
Tomas Manglona for KUAM News on Saipan.
Back here at home, the Guam Department of Agriculture is providing details on how they plan to preserve Guam's coral reefs through funding provided by the U.S. Department of the Interior. Tyler Metanani has our next report.
The U.S. Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs is now taking applications for their Coral Reef and Natural Resources Initiative grants for FY 2022. The Guam Department of Agriculture has applied for the federal funding in the past, which addressed aquatic invasive species and plants. The funding is now expanded to terrestrial invasive species and animals. DOAG Director Chelsea Munya-Brett.
What we have considered and want to use this funding opportunity for is to apply for or use projects that will address stray and feral dogs, but also feral pigs, which have become a danger and nuisance in our communities and our jungles and our conservation areas.
Mayors have expressed concerns over the growing number of feral pigs and the damage they cause through attacking agricultural areas and farms. The overgrowth is also causing an imbalance in Guam's coral ecosystems.
It's both deer and pigs, but specifically the pigs will eat and uproot new tree growth and plants whose roots hold together the soil. So because we've had such an overgrowth of feral pigs and deer, which are called together as a group ungulate, they're eating all of these new tree growth and new plants, and whatever fruit-bearing plants and trees are also growing in the jungle. So now there's less trees holding the soil together. So every time we have a heavy rain, all of that soil is washed into the rivers and then out into the ocean. So those are those big mud plumes that you see in the water.
The mud plumes block sunlight from the live coral, causing soil and sediment to settle on top, eventually suffocating and killing the reefs. She describes DOAG's plan to control the pig population.
I want to work with USDA to identify the kinds of Roundup pens that they're using and then apply for funding to purchase several of those to work with mayors and set these up in the jungle.
Government agencies, education institutions, and nonprofit organizations whose grant proposals directly benefit the U.S. territories of American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as the freely associated states, the Federated States of Micronesia, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and the Republic of Palau may apply for the grant funding.
Collaboratively, we all have our individual conservation restoration projects for conservation areas, but we also have collaborative projects that we work together on too. So we're kind of attacking it from the same problem from different angles, but doing very similar work.
Munya Brett acknowledged the Leon Guerrero administration, who she says have pushed DOAG to find solutions to resolve the issue. Interested applicants can visit grants.org for more information. The deadline for submission is April 1st, 2022. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
We continue to celebrate our Chamorro heritage and language by giving you Uncle King Conception, and here's Chamorro News Update, brought to you by First.
Buenos updates to get soon to be finut Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Igini segundo na magas Department of Corrections si Joey Allen nagfaji terlahi sa manday ni Grand Jury Superior Court. Pwede na sakin felonious restraint, yung minatres grado na felony, ang dos na yung nasakin official misconduct no misdemeanor. Si Terlahi no lahin Senador Jose Pilo Terlahi sa pumarama sa 8 giposisyon na gi-DOC gi September na mes 2019 nasakan. Ane uno na espesyal na ahensya ni FBI mensahe na niya si Terlahi gi Korte Federal gi otro causa no inanbatgay gini mehod zon niya Jesse Blas no matsake por extortion zaman receive bribe ginin uninforme ni FBI no kado drug trafficker. Indictment ni masaseri gimapit na business sa dispes pod mes na tempo na investigasyon gini opisina ni Nerdara Bagao. No sumano kinilihin ebidensya dyan atribisyan testigo siya. Sigon ni indictment maatsaki si Terlahi na mas lebiano. Iris kaun saluta taw-taw yung biktima. Yung din na niya barbecue tatigi 2017 nasakan. Za disatendi za na buso yung posisyon niya como oficial de gobernamento. Gikinimitin kontra DC. Pero may arrange si Terlahi gider 5 Enero 2022. Masasunto, adzi matay na biktimang kimasong gizatoto sa ma-identifika na si Daniel Kinata, 27 anos na edad. Geegan dia 8 December, may extra case si Kinata yung guma na kimasosong gi San Miguel Street. Makorni para Nebo Hospital za matay gidespues ipulitsinot niya. Itilunya palawan si Francesca Kinata asangani kayo na senggoy za si Daniel isingko na famagon niya. Giza frihon ki familia, jasen getao, jangin mati tempo para fanadzuda otrusiya. Kadisesya no dumiskansa mo nitilunya gi ipas. E familia sa mafafasing komunidad por may kontinuya tinadzot para si Daniel, mientras maprepapara i mahafot niya. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa Moro gini KUAM News para bago na Lunes, ma-report gipagi ni esena mayo uno talo na finaytay COVID-19. Imalango sa ating mabakuna, zamatay pago na mes sigo ni Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. Gi 2084 na kausang COVID, desi dia 28 gi Oktubre, 1212 sa Manhomlu Esta. Putoro na kausang COVID gi CNMI, desi Marzo na mes, gi mapasasakan sa 2375. Para Guam News Network, Wausikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa Moro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #Instaguam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Dueñas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Up and running. I know if you applied before, this is like round 3 or something, if you were denied.
They've kind of widened the eligibility a little bit. So the application process, 5 business days. Upon pre-qualification eligibility, required docs to submit are your 2020 tax documents, employer furlough letter, employer separation notice, verification of employment, photo ID, rental agreement, copies of your utility bill, if applicable, and various release forms. Other documents may be requested as necessary during the application process. Remember, they cover rental arrears and utilities, and that includes internet. The number is 671. Don't forget your area code, 638-4518 or 4519. You can also email era@doa.guam.gov. Let's go on a tour right now, Jay. This is a segment Bree was able to do late last week.
Yeah, so of course, the Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, has joined us multiple times this year on this show talking about how the cold case, those investigative crimes that have not been solved, it's pretty large. But because of technology and because of funding that GPD now has and everything, they're going to be able to establish a proper cold case division with the tools and the personnel. And, a lot of, as you've said, a lot of the detectives who worked on this stuff way back want to come back and say, I want to finish what I started.
Yeah. And, we had the chief on, I want to say it was... Did Bree go to the States last year?
Last year and this year.
Yeah, so I think it was last year. He came on and he was talking about the GPD getting the technology to do the DNA testing. Because remember, there was it was the murder case of Nicholas Moore, where they were able to get some DNA testing done with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Forensic technology these days is just like unbelievable what they can do with like even the slightest bit of DNA.
Right, that's great. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these cold cases, are from when we didn't have that technology. So Bree was able to go on a tour here of the Guam Police Department's cold case unit, and we'll take you on that tour now. 707, Mayor's Council of Guam, President Jesse Allig is also coming up. We'll do work week weather. We've got Tomas Manglotnia with your CNMI update, and then Senator Joanne Brown coming on a little bit later on the show. We've been talking about this above-step recruitment. It was a hot issue with the Guam Memorial Hospital, and that's not it's actually happening government-wide. But we found this one, wow. I feel for our government workers, anybody looking for a job, who now has to compete with cabinet members for classified positions. Yep, cabinet members being recruited above step. Well, I thought I seen it all. Well, guess what? You never seen it all. It's 7:09. Here's Sabrina Salas-Mantanani with a cold case tour right here on the link. It's Monday, December 20th. Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. Today we have our chief, Stephen Ignacio. We have our bureau chief for criminal investigation section, Major Andrew Kitagwa, and we also have Captain Scott Wade with the criminal investigation section as well, and we have our detectives here. Chief will go ahead and inform you as to why we are here. Thank you so much.
All right, hi, Hafidin, good morning everybody. And so I'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. There's been a lot of questions or inquiries about our cold case files and the unit itself. And I think a lot of this was driven by the success in the recent solving of 2 homicide cases, that being the Messier and the Castro case. And it kind of spurred the interest on, what are we doing with the other cases? As you all know, the Guam Police is challenged with personnel, but despite that, though, you saw that when information becomes available and there are good leads in cases, we actively pursue them until we run out of leads or we successfully clear them and make arrests. And so I think that was very important in the last 2 cases. So there have been a lot of questions about how many cases do we have, where are they at, what's going on. And so, really, there was at one time very active unsolved homicide investigators. I think most of you I've worked with back in the early 2000s when I oversaw the team closure task force. I was in charge of the unsolved homicide team at that time. We actually successfully made an arrest from a 1970s case. I traveled to San Quentin prison, and then I traveled to another prison, I think somewhere in California besides San Quentin, to do some interviews of two eyewitnesses to a murder. From that, we were able to come back, get an indictment, and fly over to Saipan and make an arrest for an unsolved homicide from the 70s, and this was back in 2000. So you know, there's a lot of success when you put a team closure task force, or you put an unsolved homicide task force together. On top of that, I think DNA is here, and it's not the future. It is the here and now. And when it comes to solving unsolved homicides, and so I think if you look, if you do some research, there's been great success from like I believe it's called the Golden Gate killer up in the San Francisco area, and that was used with what was termed as familial DNA. And so they had these unknown DNA samples in many of these unsolved homicide cases from the Golden Gate Bridge area in the San Francisco area. And it was through another arrest of a family member of the main suspect, familial DNA, were they able to identify the suspect and the killer in that case. And so, you know, looking forward and how we can use that technology, that forensic science, I think that ties in with what's going to be happening soon with the Guam Police Department, because we have a DNA lab that's being constructed. It's going to be done soon, and that gives us an opportunity now to kind of come together as the Guam Police Department with Captain Scott, Detective Mandia, and Detective Gogo, and Major Andrew, and also working together with our forensic science division team to go back and look at our old case files, because, you know, a lot of it was just following up on leads, doing interviews, checking up on witnesses. But now, how do we take what we have, apply the forensic sciences to it, and use the DNA capacity that we're building to maybe help solve some of these crimes? And I think, like I said, DNA is the here and now, and we have to leverage that forensic science to help us solve some of these long lingering crimes. So you know, it's very interesting because I was contacted by many former or retired police officers from the 70s and 80s, and they've come forward and said, you know, Chief, we'd like to help you out and, you know, provide you our guidance and insight when we work these cases, and you know, maybe use that information so that we can give to our current detectives so that they have a way forward, and maybe use again using the forensic science that we have now, the technology to help solve cases. So from here, after the questions, we can take you up to our file room and kind of give you a walkthrough on what it looks like. This is not you know, this is not the prettiest thing you're going to see, but you know, it is what we have and what we have in our custody at this time. Okay, so any questions?
Now that you've been able to get past some of those challenges with the shortage of staff, so you guys continue to hire more and more officers, and with the DNA lab in the works, what would you say to the loved ones of those victims in those cold cases who still have so many answers? What happened?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's probably, I think, over 100 cases. So you know, there are a lot of loved ones out there. You know, it's a very difficult thing. You know, I've actually, like I said, when I did the interview for, you know, the Shizu Cronin case recently with one of the other media, you know, I remember working with the family back then, and you know, it's a very difficult thing, especially when there's no closure, when there's no arrest made. But you know, again, you know, our job is not to provide false hope to any family. We just deal with the evidence that we have, the leads that we have, and try and come to a successful resolution. And I think, you know, that really played out with the Messier case. You know, it sat for since 2017, And again, leads were developed, and we were able to bring that case to a closure.
Do you plan on reopening the cold case unit or reestablishing one?
Yes, ma'am. We do, and I think in sometime very shortly, we will augment because the officers that are here today, are from the crimes against persons section, but we would like to augment them with more officers, to have a full, robust unsolved homicide team, because with unsolved homicides, you need to have a dedicated team. You can't have a team that's going to be called because something else is going on today, because they get their attention is diverted. They kind of lose traction in cases.
And are you planning to establish that cold case unit to coincide with the opening of the DNA lab in February?
No, I think what we need to do is get in front of it before the opening. So you got to understand, when the DNA lab opens, we're not going to have the personnel to start doing DNA analysis. There's going to be a learning curve for them. There's going to be training. There's going to be certifications, accreditations, and things like that.
So how soon? What is that training available on Guam? Are you going to have to send your officers off island, or are you going to have trainers come?
So we are working with the DNA lab in Hawaii, the forensics science lab in Hawaii, and we are going to be working with them closely to see what we can do to model their experiences and their training and curriculum. Yeah, so the last conversation I had with our criminalists who are going to be transitioning over to this DNA lab, it's anywhere from I think 12 to 24 month period before we get them fully certified to conduct DNA. 12 to 24 months.
So 2 years?
Almost, yeah, up to 2 years maximum.
So what's going to happen to the lab in the meantime?
So right now we're of course the lab was supposed to be done in October, but of course with everything else, it's been pushed I think to January, February time frame. But in the meantime, what we're doing right now is we're actually ordering the DNA equipment, DNA lab equipment. So that's another process that we're going through as well. So that's not going to happen anytime soon, and so hopefully get that in maybe mid part of next year.
And so where we're going, we're going to be looking at files. When we say files, are we looking at paperwork, or does this include like the DNA evidence? I don't know.
No, it's, unfortunately, because these are criminal cases. It's just boxes you're going to look at, really. It's just boxes you're going to look at, But I mean, there's some names of the boxes. Some of them look familiar, some of them may not look familiar.
But what about the DNA evidence that we're talking about? Is that also stored in these boxes?
No, those things may be at different repositories for evidence. Some may be at the crime lab. Some may be at our evidence control section. And then, which is another thing that we're going to talk about, because I think we have some traction now in our evidence control section building. I think DPW is going to be awarding the design portion for the building sometime soon. I'm waiting for the official notification, and we'll have a press release for that as well. But a lot of things are falling in place. With the governor, lieutenant governor, focusing their attention on public safety. We're going to be building the evidence control section soon. The DNA lab is coming up with Dr. Akada and her team. We're building capacity for that lab with personnel hiring and personnel training. And so I think this is an opportune time to go back and circle back to those unsolved homicide cases and leverage the forensic science and the technology now with DNA, to move forward. So the objective really is, before we get DNA lab up and running and the training and experience and the personnel there, is going back to these cases and saying, this case has DNA. There may be DNA samples here that we need to start looking at, and we can start sending it to the lab for review. Yeah, so it's going to take a lot of working together with not just the detectives, but also with the DNA lab experts now, and saying, yes, this is a good case, that we can start looking at the samples that you have to determine if any DNA is present.
What have you found as the best avenue for solving a cold case? Is it an anonymous tip or something like that?
It's a combination of things, really. It's tips, it's forensic science, and sometimes it's just going back and really looking at the case itself. So I'll tell you, drawing from my experience, that case that we saw from the 70s that we did in 2000, what it was really is the suspect, after committing the homicide in Guam, got on a plane that same day and fled to Saipan. And so what happened is that the case just kind of fell through the cracks because nobody ever followed up on the lead in Saipan, and the person in Saipan who fled to Saipan, he committed another murder there, and so he was convicted, and because he was sent to jail, again, the thought was, well, he's in jail already, we can't get to him, we can't extradite him back to Guam. But coming in 30 years later, looking at that case and saying, look, let's give it a shot one more time, and it worked out because we were able to get an indictment, and we actually brought the person back to Guam.
And after how much time do you decide, okay, this case is cold?
There is no time frames involved. It's just a matter of have you run out of witnesses? Have you run out of leads? Have you run out of forensic science applications that you can use to help solve crimes? So it's really, and sometimes it's getting other people who have not worked the case. It's getting a new set of eyes and a fresh set of ears on these cases to kind of look at it and say maybe investigators missed something in the past, maybe they didn't think of an angle that could be new, and it's just you never know, and that's the thing with unsolved homicide cases. Okay, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Are there any cases from this year that are probably possibly going cold? Can you say?
I can't think of at the top of my head. I know the Ogden family, I think from the 2020. Yeah, so that's one of the cases where there's still some work to do, but unfortunately we try and stay on top of that case as much as we can. But with all that's going on with the other cases, we kind of get, again, our attention is diverted, and so we always make sure we try and circle back to other cases, make sure that we tie up loose ends.
You mentioned former chiefs, former officers from safety willing to help provide background and knowledge of some of the cold cases. How soon are you looking to begin this? And are they getting paid, or is it on a volunteer basis?
Those are the things that we're going to be working on with these officers, the retired police officers, former police officers who work these cases. We'll be having discussions with them, whether they're going to come back as a reserve or they just want to offer their time,
So one of the things, though, that because I've talked to some of them and they really are wanting to help, but they're saying that, well, we're told that in order for us to help, we have to pass the post test, and these guys are, older. I don't
right.
think they can go do a
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the reality of the legal requirements, right? But that's if we're going to bring them in as a police reserve officer. Now, again, this is discussions that we're going to be having with these officers retired officers who want to offer their time and service, and see if they want to just provide guidance and it's actually just not just guidance, but mentoring the young officers the young detectives that we have, because I draw a lot of my experience from the officers that I work, that I learned from, the older officers.
How often do you revisit these cold cases?
Again, depending on whether or not we have a lead. And so, the Messier case was a 4-year-old case, and we revisited it when a lead became available.
Since you brought it up, the Messier case, the autopsy was completed. Can you confirm now whether or not the remains are in fact at Messier, and same for Michael Castro?
No, I can't. I think, again, that's a discussion that I've had with the Attorney General and the Chief Prosecutor, Basil Malin. So I'm still going to leave that in their hands, because I think they're best suited, because they've been working directly with the forensic pathologist in that case.
Sorry, just one more.
Sure.
You mentioned that the training that these officers are going to get is 12 to 24 months. They get this training, they're at the new DNA lab, then a new chief comes in. Who's to say, what assurances can you provide that we're not going to start it all over when a new chief comes in, and you've got all these guys that are trained up, and then they're moved out?
The officers?
Yeah.
No.
you're saying that if these officers are
The DNA
training-
lab is going to be staffed by criminalists.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a different group. Those are civilians. Yeah.
So what about the officers that are training them? Right, you said they have to get certain certifications, or is that
No.
all it is?
No, it's just training, and I mean, it's just the experience that you bring to the table. So we rely on officers who have been at criminal investigation section for several years because they've had the experience, working other cases, robberies, and sometimes new homicides, and so they bring that to the table.
Okay, so they don't need any stuff.
Yeah, so there is no, I mean, there are some specialized trainings. There's basic homicide investigator course, the advanced homicide investigator course. One of the courses that I'll be sending the officers to, along with that I'm planning to send with the prosecutor, it's sponsored by the International Homicide Investigators Association, IHIA. And so there's a training in February for cold case, no body homicide investigations.
So how long have you been working on the forensic lab?
The forensic lab, I think it's I think it's about a year or two already. But the construction is ongoing and it'll be done soon.
And so you said there are like 100-some cases, right? The evidence that you do have now, is it stored properly?
Yes, as far as I know.
That any of it is gone?
Again, we won't know if any of the evidence is degraded over time, because you got to remember, the Guam Police Department has moved multiple times over the past many years that I've been here, and so that's really the objective of building our own permanent evidence control section, our evidence building, is that we don't have to move anymore. We're gonna, just like your question, make sure that evidence is stored properly, and make sure that things don't degrade over time. That's a good question.
Oh, wow.
Here's the one we talked about.
Some of it looks like it's a little damaged.
Yes, so what had happened is the old unsolved homicide team was actually next door, the other building. And I think, Kat, do you remember what year that was? Was that heavy rain? So what happened is that there was heavy rain. This was in the second floor next door. And apparently there was a leak in the roof. And there was a lot of damage not only to some of these files, but also to some of our equipment in our office. But these are copies of reports. Remember, all original reports are stored at our record section. Yeah, so.
Will you be digitizing your file?
Yes. So some of these cases are actually all digitized already. Maybe some of the older ones from like the 70s are not. As you can see, that's probably going to be a task in and of itself because we're up to the ceiling with cases.
Just all of them?
I think this is the majority of what we have in file.
How many?
I don't think these are all 100 of them. Some of them may still be in the secure room. Yeah, because we have a file room that's secured strictly for unsolved homicides.
What's the oldest case? Like what year?
Might be do we have any of the? Which one? The 70s? Do you have any of the 70s cases?
It's all back here.
Yeah, well, back here where Rick's at.
What's inside these boxes? It's just police reports?
Police reports, yeah. Copies of police reports. Witness the interviews, crime scene sketches maybe. Some of them we have copies of the photos. Because of course all original photos are kept with Crime Lab.
Can we look at one of the boxes?
We can open them up. I don't think there's, like I said, they just have, files, reports in them, right? Pictures. Yeah. So some of these cases, ring a bell for me.
Which one stands out for you? That you just on this side?
On this side, I have a lot. So let me see. Wani Bailey. This is the one from Talofofo. This is the one where she supposedly fell off a cliff.
Did you ever follow that story though? Like was it the husband?
Yeah, there was a lot of information regarding the suspicious nature of the death and the husband. And that's really where it ended. Yeah.
You didn't ever hear after he left Guam
No.
what happened to him? As in possibly...
No, I think he may have left back to, is it Thailand? And yeah, we haven't heard from him since, and we haven't had any major developments. Tomas Castro, Pia Marine. This guy was found dead in the parking lot of Pia Marine in Upper Tuman. That's the one over by the golf driving range. So this guy actually, we believe it's a drug-related homicide. I think they're about to. He was about to come to his death, and he jumped from the 6th floor, and he jumped to his death. So, unfortunately, he died. Let me see.
These are all open, right? None of these are closed, right?
Yeah, none of these are closed. So there's the ones others have talked about, the Michelle Limpiaco. I didn't work on that, unfortunately. Whose son Kennedy? Harmon Garden Apartments. Is the one in Tamuning? This might be the one in Tamuning, I think so. Yeah. Which else?
You know, people might look at these boxes, some of them water damage. If you can just assure the community that these are backup files, because I would be kind of pissed.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely, yeah, and like I said, these are copies of original files. The original files are always kept at the record section. Yeah, Ronald Chargolev down there. That was a drive-by shooting at somewhere in the Mukfog area. I remember that case. Yeah, that was during the height of our gangs, the street gangs up in the northern area.
And I know this is something we've talked about, and I've talked about this with some of the former chiefs during crimes without conviction, is the importance of the community. If they know anything.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have Crime Stoppers, we have our police dispatch, we have our criminal investigation division. If you know anything, and you're feeling now that now's a good time for you to come forward, a lot of the people that we've probably encountered in these cases are still around, and maybe they're willing to provide information. So if you have any information you want to share now, please come forward. We'd like to bring closure to these cases for the families, most importantly.
Yeah, because these aren't just boxes.
No, these are not boxes. These represent families. These represent victims. This represents the ability to somehow bring closure. And I think that's the most important things for families, bringing closure.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Afagay Tauto Guam. This is Lucy Joseph Laza family wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas!
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Hafaday. This is Therese Terlahi, Speaker of the 36th Guam Legislature. I ask you on this Giving Tuesday to assist the Ali Women's Shelter and the Ali Children's Shelter with supplies such as hygiene products, diapers, and other necessities. Family violence is the top offense charged on Guam in 2020 and 2021, according to the judiciary of Guam's annual reports. Guam has the second highest number of sexual assaults per capita in the nation. And our 2020 statistics indicate that out of 73 sexual assault cases reported, 50 involve minors. Let's together ensure that women and children have a safe place to escape the abuse and begin their new lives. Your donation to the Ali Children and Women's Shelters will bring hope to these survivors and improve their quality of life. Please contact the Catholic Social Services for more information. And Sidzulis Maasi.
93.9 FM.
Good point, Jay. Christmas shopping on an island that doesn't use bags anymore.
You know what would make us feel good?
Yeah.
Some homemade food.
Yeah.
So Mama Bear, Debbie Davis,
Oh, nice.
Joseph, if you would be. Here, we're gonna show. Whoops. These are homemade donuts with bacon, and they're glazed donuts with bacon and maple.
Wow.
That's a good combination.
Yeah. So you approve, Mayor Alec?
I do. I actually enjoy that.
Yeah.
Who doesn't approve of bacon?
Bacon and maple. Ew.
Yeah, that's real good. Have you guys tried?
No, I'm willing to though.
Yeah.
For posterity.
It's really good. It's really good. I haven't had it on Guam, but every time I've traveled off island somewhere, I've had it in Oklahoma. I've had it in California.
Wow.
It's really good. I like it.
I feel like now that I beat diabetes, it's time to enjoy life, but not that much. You know what I had, Mayor, at the San Diego State Fair one time was I had the. Have you ever tried the cheeseburger with the donut buns?
No.
Oh yeah, that's Who was that one lady on Food Network? But she
Yeah.
made some kind of unsavory comments.
So it's like it's a cheeseburger, but instead of the hamburger bun, it's
Glazed donuts.
Glazed donuts.
Whew.
So I'm not into that. I'm not into like it's so weird how I like that bacon maple donut, but I don't like that McDonald's sandwich that they have. That's sweet. What is it?
McGriddle.
A McGriddle. Right,
Yeah.
right. Like I don't know. It's just not me.
I don't know. I could go for a McGriddle right now, but hey, it's 7:41. Mayor.
Yeah, that was very subtle. That was a very subtle hint. Yeah.
Good morning. Yeah. Hey, Mayor. So I know that you guys are doing the foster family, and you were trying to get a certain amount of foster families to sign up. So where are we with that?
So I haven't received an update from Public Health as to how many more we have this month. It was typically a monthly check with them. So we'll hopefully know by the end of this month what, how many more foster families we have or how many more applicants we have. But it's the word is out, and we're really excited about that. The last time that I reported was still, gosh, I forgot, was it 11 or 12?
11,
yeah. 11, yeah. So we're happy about that. That was 8 in November alone, and like Public Health said, that this was kind of the most they received in a long time. So we're just happy that residents are answering the call, really just to kind of check it out. And so we will have another informational meeting in January. We'll continue this campaign through May because we know it's not easy. And, of course, our goal was try to do it by December, but, it's a crazy busy month, right? Everyone has something to do, places to go, people to see. It's Christmas. So, we know that ideally, it would have been best to get the 19 by December, but we know that we want to continue to push it through May, and we're pushing it through May because I believe May is a foster parent or foster care month, so that's why we're kind of extending it. We've already planned it to extend to May, so hopefully we get more than 19. It'll certainly help the system and help our children in need.
Mayor, how's Christmas going at the villages?
Christmas is good. We had last week, right? I reported on our winners. So I think most of our villages are getting a lot of foot traffic with their displays, and I'm hearing it from some of my colleagues, and that's a good thing, right? We want people to come out and be safe, wear your masks, and take a look at our displays because the communities and our staff work hard at putting it together. So we do see an increased amount of residents checking out our displays. So that's a good thing. Christmas, I know that most mayors have canopies and chairs and tables perhaps that they lend out. We're still limiting the amount of equipment that go out from the offices because, there's still the guidance that they have to follow, whether it's 25 indoors or 100 outdoors. We still want to be cautious. Yeah. So I know that most mayors are still lending out what they have. A lot of mayors are holding back because, there's new protocols. When they come back, they all have to be sanitized again. So there's just more work for that, for those types of things. But all in all, I think everything's going well for everyone. I think we'll have a nice Christmas this year.
Yeah, I feel like people definitely want it. Very Malago for Merry Christmas.
For sure. I mean, in PD alone, I see it. Our park is open every night from 6 to 10, and we have music playing all night, and I see it. After our Nabena here at the house, some of us walk over to the playground, and there's families in the park. And the good thing about our park is that we have swings and slides and the kids can amuse themselves in the middle of the park while listening to Christmas music. So, and then our basketball court is right next to the park. So it's kind of a, all in one. And we're seeing people there every night. And that's a nice thing for sure.
Any update on the, was it 17 million that Adelupe's going to give you guys?
Yeah, well, we're hoping it's 17 million. There's no update. there's no still no money and no COVID pay.
Did you
Still
check
not-
your stocking, Mayor? Maybe Mama Lou put it in your stocking.
Well, I guess I better hang one back here.
Oh, maybe that's your problem is you don't have a stocking.
I didn't have a stocking. Oh man. There you go. That's right. No, I'll put it at the. Never mind.
You know where you can put it, Mayor.
Yeah.
How about the
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas. What about the differential pair? They all caught up on that? Because last time you came on, you said it was due, I guess August, right? Ever since August.
Yeah. No, still the same. Still the same. We're, we'll wait. The staff will be patient. They've always been patient. No change in that. I'll certainly give you a call, and you'll probably get it. You'll probably get a news release or a media release saying that they paid the staff, or we got our 17 million somehow. But yeah, none yet. But I do want to say though that I did receive a call about Santa Rita last week, and they were talking about a constituent was talking about their roads, and I wanted to just tell them and the people of Santa Rita that their roads were included in the plan, and Mayor Dale did push for it. He did get as much as he could. I think the issue there was definitely because there's only one vendor, and they kind of that vendor has to, I guess, choose who he wants to appease first. I mean, and as a businessman, you go where the money's at, right? And there's a whole lot more military projects than there are local projects, or so we're just assuming that that's what it is. And I know there's a big delay in that. I know there's I think it's Route 2 or Route 2A. I know that's also on the list. That's major, right, for a lot of people that get to Cross Island Road. Yeah. I do know that's part of.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which one's Route 2 and 2A?
That's where I'm a little confused about which is 2 and 2A, but I know it's the road that he leads into Cross Island Road from the Sumay Payless to the Cross Island Road. That road is what I'm referring to.
They shouldn't fix that. I'm sorry, they shouldn't fix it because everyone memorized all the bumps already. But actually, it's all bumps. So yeah.
Everyone that travels that way, yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, us, we just deal with it.
Because you'll go slow.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. No. I know that when I received the call last week, that was a big deal for the resident. And,
God, Mayor, I interviewed Mayor Dale about that stretch of road, I want to say like 5 years ago.
Right.
Probably about 5 years ago. And he took me out, and I remember our cameraman, we got a bunch of shots of the potholes, and
yeah.
Still there.
Yeah. Well, and then that's why I'm saying that this breakdown of the 17 million, if it includes that, then that's what we just need to know. And hey, if it does include it, then that's great because it goes back to the people. But will I agree to that? Probably not, because I don't believe that is the mayor's responsibility. I think it's DPW's responsibility and the federal government. So I think that the mayor and the municipality deserve to receive, the money that is rightfully theirs or that belongs to that community, as opposed to paving a routed road, right?
Yeah, it kind of seems like a way to make you guys spend your money while DPW holds on to their money. That's kind of what I see a lot of going on. It's like everyone's trying to make, like they're trying to deplete the general fund and hold on to this precious federal money so they could play with it next year.
Right.
And we're going to make the mayors fix the roads, even though that's DPW's job, and DPW is getting all this money to fix the roads. A day.
And we can talk about it and we can assume what's going on. But if we saw the black and white and we knew it, then we can, we would, our information would be credible, and our conversation would be a whole lot more productive than to be assuming. And so I know that they hear us because they do. And I'm not sure there's a plan, there's a plan somewhere that we both don't know. So unfortunately, but I guess one day, just like the Epiphany, the Epiphany of the Lord, one day something will come, and the light will shine.
Yep.
And we'll all be happy. And
then it'll be time to vote. Wow, look at that. See how it works out there, Mayor? Dang. That's how they're going to do it. And wait till 2022 when everyone is very.
That's it.
That's it.
I ran into someone over the weekend. Well, I ran into a lot of people over the weekend. And one, he just came up to me and he said, "Good luck on your election." I thought, oh, it's not my election, but maybe you should go check the people that are running for the election.
Good luck on their election.
But yeah, that's it. Oh, I have to tell. You didn't ask, but I'll tell you. So, PD, MTM, and Mangilao were awarded their QC community grants from GIDA.
Okay, so this is the qualifying certificate program, and the money from that, it goes to different causes. So how did you guys get it, and from which
You
QC?
apply for it, right? So everyone has to apply for it.
Okay.
And, when I received the notice from GIDA, I sent it to all the mayors to apply, because of course we could definitely use $25,000.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how many mayors applied, but I do know that 3 of us were granted the award. So that's good. I did speak briefly to MTM, but I don't recall what he was going to use it for, and I have not yet spoken to Manila about it. But for us here in PT, we have this new basketball court that was donated by GTA, and the one thing that we did not take into consideration was the perimeter of the court is grass, and unfortunately red dirt. And so what happens is the red dirt transfers onto the court and to everything else. So with that money, we're going to pave that, add concrete around that perimeter to the court. So with the drainage, so that'll be good for everybody. And if you haven't seen our court, our court is like used every day, day and night, and I'm so happy about that. So.
What about abandoned vehicles, stray dogs, that kind of thing?
Oh, well, abandoned vehicles, the whole environmental cleanup program, that's the recycling revolving fund that we're working on getting the POs out. So hopefully once everything is reconciled, we'll get them out. I'm thinking by January, everything should be ready to go. There was some minor issues that needed to get taken care of as far as reporting, but that was taken care of by our executive director and EPA. Nothing too drastic. It was just everything's kind of like their board meets once a month, so we kind of have to make sure that we get everything before that meeting, so that everything is approved before we proceed. So that was kind of the holdback. But other than that, there really are no major issues on that. We just waiting for the purchase orders. The dogs, there's no real update on the dogs. The feral pigs, I know I will be meeting with some people today on that, and hopefully we'll have a better, we'll get closer to a solution as far as on the southern and central part of the island, and how we're going to work that out for the pigs, because it's just a big deal. Most of us catch pigs on our own. We have our own traps, and we know that there are definitely groups of people that want the pigs, so we do that on our own. But there's still, a drastic amount, an enormous amount of feral pigs out there. So that's kind of what we're doing.
Right. I wanted to talk illegal dumping. So my boy had a soccer game last week, and I ended up getting lost. I was at Weddingale, and I was trying to get to Estumbo, but I took that kind of like back. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a back way. You can go from Weddingale. Anyway, so it's all dirt road. But man, I stumbled on these crazy illegal dumps. It was nuts. And this is the area that, we video, they clean it. They trash it again. We go out and video. So it's a pipeline area, but it was kind of a different section than the one we normally go to.
Mm-hmm.
So but it's obviously an area you can go in and no one will bother you. And it was just it was a wreck, man. Mayor, it was disgusting. So is that kind of starting up again?
As far as the cleanup, well, that's okay. So I know Mayor Savars talks about it all the time, and they clean it up and it gets dumped. I mean, we have different. I don't know which senators, but there were some senators that went out to do some cleanup, and you know, I don't know how what they propose to resolve their issues there in those places that are easy to dump, really. I mean, because could you put a camera? Could we put cameras there? We did use that idea, and it's proposed, but there's still this chunk of money that we have not yet received, and that was part of our plan. So part of our initial plan when we talked about ARP money was to do a full-on island-wide cleanup, and then to have a monitoring system or a surveillance system in place in those places that were constantly trashed, like the pipeline and other areas. And most of that happens in particular parts of the island, not everywhere else. So we really wanted to focus on that, but we're not seeing the money yet. So was it?
No. Sorry, I was talking to these guys. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean that's just kind of what we can't really do anything else with the budget that we have, other than going out cleaning it up. So will we do it? Yeah, of course we'll do it. And I think Mayor Savars and Mayor Sanchez, they try to get the help from their community partners to get them to clean that up. Disposing it is another issue, right? And so that's where the recycling revolving fund comes in. So when we get those monies, those mayors or the mayors can dispose it using that money. Another issue with the northern mayors is definitely the one free dump a day at GSWA, and so they're ending up having to pay additional dumps at the transfer station, just because all the mayors are just allowed one dump a day. Yeah. Including the larger villages, and so that's something that needs to get worked on. And I know that
how would you work on that, and where did it originate from? Is it a law?
Talking with their board and changing some of the and then the other not only the board but its policy.
I see.
Right, so it's changing the law to allow for the larger villages to dump more than once a day, and then there are some villages that want to consolidate. They don't have to dump every day, but they'd like to dump 3 truckloads on Monday because of the weekend, right? And so we can't do that. We can still only dump once a day. So that's being worked on our Legislative and Finance Standing Committee. So yeah, that's still a lot of work.
What about New Year's, Mayor? You guys have anything going on for New Year's preparation?
Well, no, nothing planned as far as the Mayor's Council is concerned, and nothing island-wide that we know of. But we hope everyone, enters the new year with a bang. That's for sure, with a good bang, and a healthy one, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Hey, 2022, right? It was so fast. It's 2021. And I don't know. I just hope and pray that 2022 brings us, a healthier year and a more prosperous year for sure. And hopefully we'll be able to use this American Rescue Plan money to achieve that. That's definitely my goal.
My motto for 2022 is no expectations, no disappointments. I'm going in with clean slate, not expecting anything. Maybe a little part of me expecting the worst.
Stay positive. You have to expect the best because well, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. You have a good week.
You too. And I guess we're going to catch up with you after Christmas. So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Adios.
Viva!
Merry Christmas.
Right on. Mayor Jesse Allig, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. He's the mayor of PT.
And he has the most distinct laugh
of
anybody on Guam.
Does a lot of laughing on this show. It's 8 o'clock.
Well, we certainly nudge him on enough.
Yeah, certainly. It's 8 o'clock. We're KUAM FM, Hagatni Guam on the breeze. We're not going on KUAM TV today because football.
Playoff picture is shaping up.
That's it. Yep. So if you guys are thirsty for some football, check out KUAM TV. It's 8 o'clock.
You know who was not thirsty today, apparently? The Cardinals. At one time, the number one team in the league. They lost to the Lions.
Wow. It's 8:01. We're going to take a break. The show is brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Pacific Points, and Jack in the Box. On this Monday morning, it is the 20th of December. Good morning.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass Live from Hagatna Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Good morning. Monday.
Yes.
Yep. Christmas Eve is Friday. We got a Saturday Christmas. What do you think of Christmas on a Saturday?
I think that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, better than on a Sunday, right? Because you go to work the next day. 806.
So most of you that work in like offices and everything like that, most places have the day off on Friday.
Right.
I would assume.
Yeah.
All schools are out now, so.
And we actually have, yes, sir, thank you. We actually have 2 3-day weekends to close out 2021. Thank you, Joe, sir. He's got, what is this again? Is this an alderman?
It's a Gerber.
It's a Gerber. It's the Gerber version of an alderman. Gerber, like the baby food. Hey, we got a box here, guys, from Elizabeth Agagi.
Somebody left something underneath the Link Christmas tree.
In Eva Beach, Hawaii, and we just wanted to open this up and share with you guys.
Thank you, Liz.
What Liz brought us.
I remember Liz makes custom handmade masks that share both the Hafaday and
Just kidding. Wow, this is interesting. It's like a box, but it's like sealed. Oh, shoot.
See, I never actually use a knife. I use like a key just to get like the thick tape. Yeah, and then I just like go.
Oh, this is like that Russian thing. Yeah, custom fitness.
Thank you, Liz,
kidding,
for
guys.
taking such care to pack it. Chris just destroyed the box.
No, it's wrapping within the wrapping. Oh, thank you.
Oh wait, what kind of paper is that from the Honolulu Advertiser?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big paper.
First we have here. Oh, Kona Coffee Macadamia Nut Brittle.
Ooh, Hamakua.
Oh, brother, it's the Hanakua.
Oh.
Hamakua, brother.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Hanakua. Stay Hawaii, brother. Read them. If I say Hamakua, not Hanakua.
Okay, where do you stand on peanut brittle? I love peanut brittle.
Yeah, I love peanut brittle.
Your dentist maybe not so much, but well, actually probably your dentist loves it because you go to see him more.
Oh, here we got some. How do you guys want to do this? You want to open it now or you want to wait? Let's open one.
Okay, Chris is gonna be that guy.
I think this is for you, Jay.
Okay, thank you.
And then this would be for you, Joe, sir.
And then we'll keep Breeze underneath.
And we'll
the
keep
tree.
Breeze. Let me just open mine, guys.
No need.
Oh, nice. Liz, you so fancy.
Oh,
I never knew they make them on macadamia roca. The Hawaiian see the almond, they go, no, we got the macadamia.
Okay,
Oh,
this
that
is
was like, what kind of accent was that?
If you've never had almond roca or macadamia,
One kind of Irish there, right?
This is the kind of candy you want to eat slow.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you,
Oh.
Liz. It's the original Butter Crunch with, wait for it, macadamia nuts.
Wait, mine's a different color.
Oh, it is? No way.
Mine is.
It's the same color.
Oh no, it's just okay. Butter crunch with macadamia nuts. Oh,
Joe, I think I can guess what you have in your.
And you know what? It's only 200 calories.
What? Are you serious?
No.
Yeah, that's 200 per serving size, which is 3 pieces. You see what I get you here, Joe?
200 calories. That's not bad. I mean, considering. Oh, that's so good. If you guys have never tried.
Oh, there's half a gram of protein. There you go.
If you've never tried almond roca, even macadamia roca, you guys are missing out on like a truly ingenious invention from what? How long has he been around? The 80s, 90s?
No idea. There's a card, guys.
Ah, thank you, Liz. Melekilikimaka is the thing to say on this fine Hawaiian holiday.
Here we go. Aloha and Hafa Adai KUAM. Thanks for answering my call in the 808. I'm overdue for a Guam visit, but waiting for COVID-19 to slow down or better disappear. Here are some Hawaii goodies y'all can share at the station. Chris, if it helps, try doing the RDA on some of the foods and sweets you like. I'm a type 2 diabetic, so I'm also watching what I eat. My doctor banned me from eating rice. Wow. I treat myself once in a while, LOL. Thank you, Chris, Jason, Sabrina, and Joe Sir, for helping us, keeping us informed. And to all the staff at KUAM, be safe, healthy, and have a Merry Christmas. Love the Agagi Ohana in Eva Beach. Elizabeth, Kenneth, Brian, I think that says Carrion, Axel, and the animals. I can't read the writing there. Harley, but there's little paw prints. See that?
Ah.
Thank you very much, Liz. Appreciate that so much.
Melekilikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
There you go, Jason Saltless, 812.
That was Don Ho, wasn't it?
That was great.
Was it Don Ho?
It's been done a million times.
Yeah,
Bing
I'm
Crosby
pretty
also did
sure
one.
at some point
Yeah.
it was Don Ho.
Yeah. It's 8:12. Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast, brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest in for Sabrina Salas Matanani. In case you guys didn't hear, Bree's dad passed away yesterday, so she is going to be out indefinitely. We'll be holding it down here, but our deepest condolences, thoughts, prayers, and everything going out to Sabrina and her family.
Yeah, and we also thank you guys. And she wanted us to extend her family's gratitude for her brothers, her mom. She's got a lot of friends and family in San Diego, in Oklahoma, and in Las Vegas.
And Hoggett.
Yeah, and Hoggett.
Yep. And I think for now they're doing rosaries 6:30 a.m. At Mount Carmel and Hoggett, and then Mass at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, so if you guys would like to pray for Bree's father, please do so, and we'll pass along your sympathies. But they all say thank you very much for your support and your understanding during this time.
All right, let's get into our 8 o'clock newscast again, 8:13. It's brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News Team with the latest. Jason Salas, good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and congratulations this morning going out to the University of Guam as the institution of higher learning in Manila, graduated 241 collegians yesterday. Among the degree recipients were the first ever civil engineering grads. 3 separate ceremonies were held for the fall semester. The first ceremony awarded 30 degrees under the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, 27 degrees for the Natural and Applied Sciences School, and 12 degrees under the new School of Engineering, their first graduating class. The second ceremony gave 65 degrees to education majors and 12 degrees under the School of Health. And the third ceremony awarded 95 degrees under the School of Business and Public Administration. Of the 65 master's degrees, more than half of graduate degrees were from the education school. The valedictorian for UOG is Anthony V. Regis, who earned a bachelor's in civil engineering, and as such is UOG's first ever valedictorian from the School of Engineering. Congratulations also going out in the world of sports to Guam's Geraldine Mesa. She placed first at the 2021 Sheru Classic National Championships, the bodybuilding competition held in Orlando, Florida. She competed in the bikini class A division. With the win, Geraldine earns her pro card. Please go on to our Instagram feed, instagram.com/KUM News, and you can wish her congratulations. She looks absolutely stunning, by the way. To COVID news on Sunday, 5 people were hospitalized for coronavirus. 1 is in the intensive care unit, and 1 is on a ventilator. Of those patients, 3 are vaccinated, 1 is not, and the status of 1 is unknown at this time. There were 3 positive cases from 257 tests. Subsequently, the CAR score is 0.6. Let's go back to the newsroom now, where Isaiah Uggan is standing by with your link update.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa Adai, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. The governor is easing COVID restrictions again, but only slightly. In a post on her social media site, she announced she's raising the limit for social gatherings ahead of next week's Christmas celebration.
Effective Saturday, December 18, social gathering limits for outdoor events will increase from 75 to 100 persons. This is the only change to COVID-19 restrictions I am making at this time, under the advice and counsel of our healthcare experts. Now, I want to make clear that as we enter a new year, and as we near the second year mark of this ongoing crisis, that we are not yet out of the woods. We are monitoring a new variant called Omicron, which is highly transmissible. The good news is that vaccinations and boosters do work and are proving effective at preventing the severe illness caused by Omicron.
The governor says while there are no confirmed Omicron cases at this time, it's only a matter of time, and she urges the public to continue the necessary precautions to prevent a fourth surge. Former Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Allen Nafaji Terlahi was indicted by a Superior Court grand jury today on a charge of felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 charges of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. Terlahi resigned from his position at DOC in September 2019 after he was named by an FBI agent in federal court related to the indictment of former Jotya Mayor Jesse Blas. Blas was accused of extortion and accepting bribes from a confidential informant posing as a drug trafficker. He pleaded guilty. According to the FBI agent's testimony, Terlahi was a marshal along with other individuals who was present during an incident where Blas allegedly beat a woman up and held her for 3 days. Before he was at DOC, Terlahi was a marshal at the Superior Court of Guam. Today's indictment comes after several months of active investigation by the Office of the Attorney General, including the collection and review of evidence and witnesses' interviews. According to the indictment, Terlahi is accused of exposing the victim to risk of seriously bodily injury at a barbecue back in 2017 and for ignoring and abusing his position as a government official in relation to a crime committed. Terlahi will be arraigned on January 5, 2022. Terlahi is the son of Senator Pito Terlahi, who chairs the legislature's Committee on Public Safety. The victim in the fatal fire in Toto has been identified as 27-year-old Daniel Kanata, as KUM reported. It was on the morning of December 8 where Kanata was extricated from a home on San Miguel Street. He was transported to Naval Hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. His sister Francesca Kanata tells KUM News Daniel was a loving father to 5 beautiful children. He was the jokester of the family and selfless man when it came to helping others. May my brother rest in peace, end quote. The family is asking the community for their continued prayers as they prepare for his funeral services. KUM News spoke exclusively on Friday via Zoom with the committee chair on education to get her thoughts on how the Guam Department of Education is managing federal funds. Here's more. A virtual oversight hearing was held Wednesday to get a status report on GDOE's budget and to get a clearer picture of how federal money is being spent. GDOE is claiming a $45 million budget shortfall for this fiscal year. It appeared that the Guam Department of Education wasn't prepared for the discussion. However, Senator Talina Nelson, who called the hearing, said the topics were sent to the agency's office.
It's okay if they don't have the answer up front. I mean, their budget is so large and cumbersome, and they're dealing with many different types of revenue sources, and so that's fine. The important part is that we continue to be present in their budget discussions, and that's what we asked. So we should be anticipating some invitations for when the board meets to discuss about the budget, or the GDOE team meets to discuss about the budget and how the revenue sources will be spent. And it's a good time to do it because they usually present their budget to the legislature in January.
Senator Nelson pointed out that based on her number from the AS400, GDOE isn't seeing a shortfall but experienced a surplus a few years ago.
So for the following years in 2017 and 2018, their fund balance at the end of the year for 2017 was like 4.8 million, and then 2018 was 2.2 million, roughly, right? A little bit over that. So my question is, and this is what we're going to continue to discuss when Mr. Frank Cooper Nurse is available. We're sending a request to meet with him and to follow up on, their interpretation of the budget and our interpretation of the budget.
GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez claims that the department has seen budget cuts ranging from 12 to 15% in the last few years. GDOE received millions of dollars in federal funds and is still eyeing at least a shortfall of $9.6 million. Senator Nelson still has questions unanswered about how GDOE is spending the federal budget and why they are experiencing a budget deficit.
They received CARES Fund money. ESF1 and ESF2 is what you would refer to it as. And then we also received ARP money specifically to GDOE. So how are we managing the funds? And from our understanding, ARP funds are a little bit more flexible and can be used for operational costs than the ESF1 and ESF2. And so we're just trying to wrap our mind around what GDOE is doing with the appropriation that we've given them.
Still no official confirmation from the Navy of the arrival next week of a big ship that will bring thousands of service personnel ashore from Liberty during the Christmas holiday. But there was an announcement of a new submarine to the home ported in Guam. The USS Jefferson City, a Los Angeles class attack submarine with a crew of about 140 sailors, is moving here from Honolulu. An official Navy publication quotes Submarine Squadron 15 Commodore Captain Brett Grabb as saying, quote, "This home port change continues our focus to bring our most capable submarines to theater with the greatest amount of striking power and operational capability to bear in the timeless manner." The USS Jefferson is now the 5th submarine to be home ported in Guam. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
It's Monday, everybody, so you know what that means. This is a family show, and we're bringing in a member of our family who is fresh back from a trip to the mainland and wearing quite the festive Yuletide sweat. That is not an all an ugly sweater, Landon, with the National Weather Service. That is very, very, very jolly.
I was trying to go for my first ever ugly Christmas sweater theme, and this is as close as I got. Brought to you by Walmart in Louisiana, so a great find, but there's more to the story. My favorite ever Christmas movie, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. So, and we all need a little Christmas vacation.
Wait, is that Christmas Vacation or is that Home Alone?
Christmas Vacation. Actually, no, it is Home Alone.
Yeah.
I just watched National Lampoon's on the way back on Friday on a flight, and so that's my favorite movie. Next, ahead of Home Alone 1 and then Home Alone 2.
There you go.
So, and then Tim Allen's The Santa Claus, that was always a classic. So,
okay, and just side story, everybody out there, if you consider yourself a fan of movies, if you do not consider Home Alone and Die Hard as Christmas movies, you know, we can't hang out because you're not one of the cool kids.
Yeah, definitely Die Hard. That's another good one. And I cannot find it on Netflix. I can't find it on United Airlines. I had 5 flights over the course of 3 days last week on the way back over here. It was just chaotic. I was in 9 different states for work and then a few days of leave. So it's been a crazy last 2 weeks, but I'm glad to be back and still trying to get my feet back on the ground, having computer problems, getting logged into my systems. So it feels like I've been gone for several months, but here I am.
No. Well, hopefully the very nicely decorated office you came back to and everything like that, like helped you get acclimated.
And I'm definitely behind in my house because I've just not had the time this year. And I was supposed to be on 2 weeks of leave the last 2 weeks, but of course that was canceled when I was called for duty in the States on the Gulf Coast. So I might decorate after Christmas. We'll see. Maybe I'll have it all done by New Year. But in the world of weather, there was a lot of action while I was away. We had that typhoon passed near Palau and then became a super typhoon with some rapid intensification as it barreled through the Philippines. We are watching another system well to our south. Of course, this is no threat to us, but here locally, we are not looking at too much weather. If you start out your day early, we had some showers passing through the islands, and that continues. They've had upwards of a half-inch of rainfall in Saipan over the last 5 hours. This is going to be indicative of the rest of the day. We have this little push of moisture coming right through the islands, and it's going to be drying out shortly. Upper level clouds coming up from the deep convection to our south, and that's all related to that tropical disturbance down there. That is Invest Area 98W. It's currently rated as sub-low by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So it's very weak, very early in its formative stages. And again, this poses no threat to the Mariana Islands, as it's generally centered the low-level circulation near Pulawatt and is expected to track westward, again, toward Yap and Palau, which is the last thing they want after taking the brunt of that tropical storm about a week ago. So this is going to be tracking their way towards Christmas. We'll be watching that closely for them and communicating it as such. Farther to our north and more relevant to our region is this shear line. This is the old decaying cold front that's zipping off toward the east, well north of us in the North Pacific. We're going to see this old frontal boundary sink slowly southward towards our area, giving us a little bit windier conditions and a better uptick in showers.
Yeah, Landon, would you
this week?
Would you have an estimate? I mean, because like we're looking at a scaled map, obviously, like with your projection and everything like that. But that is a huge amount of square footage right there. Would you have any estimate about how big across this front is?
Oh gosh, right off, I can't venture a good guess. I'd have to do some calculations. I don't have my glasses on at the moment, but I know our area of responsibility, which is this red box right there. This is the WFO Guam area of responsibility. That's roughly 4 million square miles. So keep that in perspective. It's a very
that's a
broad
massive
area.
front, man.
And so it's a very strong front, and it goes all the way from well in the North Pacific, with Hawaii is right over there on the far right-hand side of the screen. It goes all the way down into the northern Philippines, with where they have that northeast monsoon, as they call it, and then the still screaming Category 2 Typhoon Rai that's still spinning up towards Hong Kong, but it's going to stay offshore of Vietnam, the Chinese coast, and maybe as it weakens, go up towards the far south of Taiwan. So
yeah,
that's
Chris
gonna be
is
around
over
for a
here
couple
just
more
like
days.
absolutely fixated on the screen, and you know he loves full frontal.
Yeah, and we definitely get that. And so this is time of the year. We're going to see these cold fronts, these shear lines drop down. And once these shear lines do drop down over our area, they can and do that from time to time. They will pack in those strong gusty winds and much drier conditions. So once that frontal passage comes over, our dew points drop. It gets cooler outside, not so much the temperatures, but it becomes noticeably drier. So when you're swimming in Tuman, you have one of these things pass through. You get out of the water, you're going to have some chills. And so that's going to be the theme for the next several months. So that's the good news. Quick look at the radar, and go ahead and pull up the slides, Jason. We'll get talking. Not much on the radar, just some spotty showers pushing through. And that's going to be the theme for the next 5 or 6 days as we go into Christmas. And going to our slides, we're going to go into more of the detail about what's expected in the week ahead. The risk of rip currents is moderate along north, west, and east-facing reefs. We have a trade wind swell and then also a northwest swell from the strong winds well to our north. The Guam fire danger is up to moderate now as the rainfall kind of tends to taper off just a little bit. The severe drought Kempingan-Maringi continues, and we are watching the tropical storms in western Micronesia. If you look on the image on the right, that's our webpage homepage. We do have a new button right there in green, Christmas Fraser Fur Green. That's a submit a storm report. We did add that to our webpage. If you go to the next slide, this is more details about that. Click on that link. If you have damage or storm impacts at your house, we want to hear about it. And so this is one way that we can keep tabs on what's going on in the community, because we are in the office, we can't see what happens across the island, especially when we have these rain events in the wet season, the flash floods. If you have flash flooding, we want to hear about that because it helps us with our forecasting and also reporting on storm events as well as damage events and surveys. So
very cool.
When to send a storm report, click on that link in the middle, when to send a storm report, and different parameters that you can report on. We want to hear from you, and this is the way we really want to reach out to the community. And it's a simple Google form at the bottom of this link, and you just fill out that information, your name, where you are, and just about the event. And so we want to hear about that, especially as we go into the wet season next year and tropical cyclones start spinning up. Right now we're going to be in a lull because we're on the dry season, and things will taper off for the most part. The next slide, not so much to speak about. Kind of cool here at Guam, 75 degrees, a little warmer up north in Saipan, 78 degrees, where they had some showers overnight. Rainfall for Guam, we are above average for the month and the year. We are about to break over 100 inches for the year. What day will that be? It'll probably be around Wednesday after we get some showers late Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll be watching that. The next slide, this is our Facebook page. Our night shifters posted this last night showing that depiction of the shear line to our north sinking slowly southward. Will it make it to Guam? We'll probably feel the leading edge of that around Tuesday night, Wednesday. We'll get some showers more weather. And that disturbance near Chuk, that's going to keep to the west, and more about that on the next slide. Currently not on the June Typhoon Warning Center public page. It's rated sublow. Once it gets upgraded to low, that's when it pops up in a yellow circle on the screen. So right now that is not on the public-facing page. And then the next slide, this is the continuation of Category 2, Typhoon Rai, just east of the Vietnam coast. And that's going to be recurving up toward China, Hong Kong, and then clipping by southern Taiwan as it quickly dissipates in the coming days. As far as our seas and surf, not too much to speak of out there. The waves will be holding steady with the trade wind swell. We do have that northwest swell that's going to be zipping around toward the north, but that's going to linger around through the week with the strong winds north of that shear line. But combined seas roughly about 6 to 8 feet for the week ahead. Nothing too significant there, but there will be a moderate risk of rip currents. And the last slide, the outlook, not so bad for Christmas Day. We will have periods of isolated to scattered showers, a surge in showers probably Tuesday night, Wednesday, and then also Thursday. I know there's a couple of events going on at the governor's complex on Thursday with the drive-through. The Guam Territorial Band will likely be performing out there. I'll be talking with them later today to set those details up. So check it out. They'll be communicating that likely once all the events and people are confirmed for that. And so Christmas is in full swing, and Christmas Day looks to be pretty good for the most part.
Matt, and we really wish a speedy and safe trip to both Santa Claus, his reindeer, and the U.S. Postal Service as they make their way around various parts of the island.
Yeah, we've been asked about that if we're working with the North Pole, and we are in communications with their weather folks at the North Pole. So we're keeping tabs on regional weather, and we are a go for Christmas morning. So
very cool. Also to the U.S. Postal Service, we hope those guys, maintain their mission. They've been coming around on Sundays too, so they're working tirelessly. I wanted to skip.
Yeah, they are loaded.
Yeah, I wanted to skip real quick back to that one slide you had about the about how that storm. You said like it's a Cat 2 now and everything like that. Interestingly enough, as it's gone pretty much over the Philippines, and you said now heads towards the east coast of Vietnam. When most storms make landfall and everything like that, that's when they kind of like if they're seabound storms and everything like that, do they normally dissipate? Because this one looks like it went right across the Philippine Islands and everything like that, and now it's heading towards the much larger mainland.
Yeah, that's the case. The Philippines, when it passed over the Philippine Islands, it did take a little bit of a beating. It was a super typhoon when it made the initial landfall. I forget how many landfalls it made as I'm looking behind the screen. I think it made like 7 or 8 landfalls on the various islands, causing significant problems. And reports on the ground that I've heard from friends with Pagasa and others in the region there was that the impacts in Bohol and Cebu were worse than 2013's Haiyan. And so that was a very notorious storm because of its storm surge in Tacloban City. The storm surge was not quite as significant with this storm, but the winds were stronger for many provinces. So that's one of the caveats with this one. But once it passed through the Philippine Islands, that warm source of water and fuel for the tropical cyclone was still there. And so it was able to hold on to its intensity as it went towards Vietnam, and now it's making that curve. It's getting to a little more hostile environment, so it's going to weaken significantly once it starts gaining latitude.
Right. Yeah. So again, like best wishes for our friends in the Philippines who are dealing with some pretty rough stuff now, as well as it makes its way towards Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and we'll be watching that 98W as it makes its way toward Palau in the coming days. That's the last thing they want is another storm, especially around Christmas Day. So we'll be communicating that frequently this week.
All right. So before I let you go, you are pretty much the preeminent expert on all things Christmas and everything like that. It's Monday. Christmas, of course, is on Saturday. All the kids are out. I know you're super pumped and everything. Can you give us a Landon's pro tip, #pro tip, on how to shop?
On how to shop?
Yeah, with but 4 days left.
Go early. Go to bed like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And then wake up early, drink lots of coffee, and get going as soon as the store is open. I think Ross opens at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the best time to go. Avoid the crowds, beat the crowds, and get out there early. The parking lots are insane. If you have not been to Micronesia Mall in the last couple of days, it's insane.
Is it?
That's the first thing I did when I got off the plane was like, oh my gosh. But go early, beat the crowds, and then when it starts getting crowded, that's when you can start people watching and
plan your shop your plan, man. Sounds like a good strategy.
Yeah, go with a plan.
All right. Well, we wish you and your family, of course, a very Merry Christmas and everything like that. If anything happens, of course, you're always welcome back on the show. You've got a standing invite and everything, but, we wish you the happiest of holidays.
Thank you very much, Jason, and Merry Christmas to you all as well.
All right, man. Rock and roll. Thanks so much. Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service. We have Senator Joanne Brown coming up in just a few moments, but we want to share this very heartwarming story to you, as with Christmas, of course, on Saturday. Our friends from the U.S. Marine Corps donated a truckload of toys to the Salvation Army for families in need around the island.
Toys, and more toys everywhere. It's definitely going to be a very Merry Christmas for kids around the island. Commanding Officer of the Marine Corps Base, Camp Blas, Colonel Christopher Bopp expressed joy over the toy transfer.
The feeling of joy that we have in doing this is just indescribable, knowing that we're bringing hope and happiness so that children are able to enjoy the spirit of Christmas and have a wonderful holiday. It's just an incredible feeling of goodness that we're glad we can do.
This year, the Marine Corps Reserve collected 6,208 toys. Lead coordinator for Toys for Tots on Guam and the CNMI, Captain AJ Ramos.
This whole project, it's a testament to the collective strength and the collective goodwill of the island of Guam. It's not just a Marine Corps Reserve program, but it's an effort by everyone here on Guam to help us achieve this. And so it's unique, it's wonderful, it's great that we're able to do this, especially during a time of COVID and during a pandemic. So yeah, I'm really proud and I'm really happy to be a part of this.
Captain Eric Rood and Corps Officer Kerry Rood of the Salvation Army told KUAM just where these toys will be heading to.
We're just helping families that are in need, that have no way of actually providing toys for their family, for their kids.
Come next week, Monday through Thursday, families are going to come. They have their appointment. They show up. They get a box of food, and they get to shop for their kids. They get to come through, and mom and dad actually get to pick the toys for the child. So it's a good experience for everybody, and we walk away just feeling so good about our island.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And now to the CNMI we go, as being home for the holidays gives special meaning for those who lost their homes after Super Typhoon Yutu ravaged through Saipan and Tinian 3 years ago. Tomas Manglotnia spoke with one family on Saipan who had help from FEMA just in time for Christmas.
That home got flown away completely by Super Typhoon Yutu.
Patrick Cepeda knows what it's like to be at the center of a storm. He's on the front line with Homeland Security, usually responding to disasters. It was during Super Typhoon Yutu when he, like many others, found themselves in the middle of one.
Leave my family behind during every storm that ever happens here in Saipan. Now with the new home, I'll be more at ease and in content because now I do know that my family are going to be in a home that's completely safe against a storm.
His home is one of 288 house projects under FEMA's Permanent Housing Construction Repair Program.
We've identified survivors who become applicants for individual assistance.
We met with Wayne Randy Clayton, who heads the Joint Recovery Office at a vacant home on Saipan.
One of our primary partners is the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and the Army Corps designed these houses specific for CNMI and the tropical location and the impacts of typhoons, for example.
They've completed 88 repair projects and 65 full house construction projects. They plan to complete all house projects on Saipan and Tinian by the end of next year.
Very significant here. Not many missions will ever add up to be what we've had here for housing.
More people are now able to go to a home for the holidays, stronger than ever.
This house, I saw it built from ground up. And I don't know if you call it a typhoon shelter, but I would call it a bomb shelter, if anything. Yeah. It's really, really strong.
Tomas Manglotnia for KUAM News on Saipan.
And now here's your Chamorro News Update with Uncle King Conception, sponsored by First Hawaiian.
Buenas tardes to get some to be Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Iginisegundo na magas Department of Corrections si Joey Allen nagfaji terlahi sa manday ni Grand Jury Superior Court. Pwede na sa akin felonious restraint, yung minatres grado na felony, ang dos na yung na sa akin official misconduct no misdemeanor. Si Terlahi no lahin Senador Jose Pilo Terlahi sa pumarama sa 8 giposisyon na GDOC gi September na mes 2019 nasakan. Ane uno na espesyal na ahensya ni FBI mensahe namnya si Terlahi gi Korte Federal gi otro kausa no inembagay gini mehod zon niya Jesse Blas no maatake por extortion zaman receive bribe ginin uninforme ni FBI no kado drug trafficker. Indictment ni masasedi gimapat na business sa dispes pod mes na tempo na investigasyon gini opisina ni Nerdara Bagao no sumano kinilihan ebidensya dyan atribisyan testigo siya. Sigon ni indictment maatake si Terlahi na mas lebiano iris kaun saluta taw yung biktima yun din na niya barbecue tatigi 2017 nasakan za disatendi za na buso yung posisyon niya como oficial de gobernamento gikinimitan kontra DC pero may range si Terlahi gi 5 de Enero 2022. Masasunto, adzi matay na biktimang kimasong gizatoto sa ma-identifika na si Daniel Kinata, 27 anos na edad. Gihegan dia 8 de Desembre, may extra case si Kinata yung guma ni kimasosang gi San Miguel Street. Makoni para Nebo Hospital za matay gidespues ipulitinot niya. Itilunya palawan si Francesca Kinata, asangani kayo na sengway za si Daniel isingko na famagon niya. Giza frihon gi familia, jasen getaw, jangin mati tempo para fanadzuda otrusiya. Kadisesya no dumiskansa mo nitilunya gi ipas. Familia sa mafafasing komunidad por may kontinuya tinadzot para si Daniel, mientras maprepapara imahafot niya. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro gini KOM News para bago na Lunes, ma-report gipagi ni esena mayo uno talo na finaytay COVID-19. Imalango sa ating mabakuna, zamatay bago na mes sigo ni Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. Gi 2084 na kausang COVID, desidia 28 gi Oktubre, 1212 sa Manhomlu Esta. Putoro na kausang COVID gi CNMI, disti Matsu na mes, gi mapasasakan sa 2365. Para Guam News Network, Wausikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa moro sa presenta za ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
Hafa Day and happy holidays, everybody. I'm Daniel Perez, and my most memorable Christmas memory was of Christmas of 2020. It was just me and a couple friends, and all we did was eat, have fun, and hang out, and talk the whole night. And eventually, well, it was morning and Christmas was over. So don't forget to check on friends, family, and most of all, on yourself. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe.
Yeah, every time I hear this song, Jay, what I wonder,
Help
is it still okay to say folks dressed up like Eskimos?
Oh, because you have to.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, you get canceled.
That would mean you're assuming that because someone's an Eskimo, they dress a certain way.
Someone. There's a bunch of different. Even thinking about those things.
Yeah. 847. Good morning.
Senator Joanne Brown was, she's in the Zoom room right now. She was just talking during commercial break and everything. She remembers she actually attended what used to be known as Barragata Junior High.
Where was that, Senator?
It's currently Entelon, the home of the Wildcats.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
In Barragata.
And junior high back then was what, like 6th, 7th, 8th grade?
Yeah, 6. Yeah. Well, no. Yes. Yeah, 6. Yes. No. 7, 8, and 9th grade.
7, 8, 9.
7th, 8th, 9th grade. Yeah.
Freshmen used to go to middle
grade,
school.
You went to high school. Yeah.
And of course, the fancy thing was like anybody who went to GCC just went to GCC because that's a school that you could smoke at.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was weird. What were we thinking back then?
And you can only go if you're a sophomore or higher. But that's the one that like so many people like after my freshman year.
That was Votech, Jay.
Yeah, I was like, where are you guys going? It's like, because you could smoke at school.
Yeah. 848. Good morning, Senator. I wanted to bring you on because great job you guys did really, I felt, the best you could do with the information you were given at the Guam Memorial Hospital oversight hearing.
Yes.
Relative to a lot of their hiring. And, it's funny because there was actually a bunch of different topics on the agenda that I don't think you guys were able to get to because so much of the discussion centered around the hiring and the above-step recruitment, right?
Yeah, I mean, a bulk of that was, but I'm hopeful that the speaker will call another follow-up because a number of the documents that had been requested had not been provided and certainly didn't give us an opportunity to review that prior to the hearing. So I think that was a bit unfair. So nevertheless, I'm hopeful the speaker will do a follow-up hearing with regards to those issues.
Right. I saw that she did write to the Board of Trustees, and there was a little line in there where it said something like, no amount of marketing will restore the public's trust or something like that. I thought that was pretty clever. But I brought you on because this above step recruitment has become quite the hot topic. And I saw one late last week, and I know I sent it all to you in advance, but I just want to share with the audience the information that we were able to uncover. And this came out of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Notice of intent was sent on Friday by the spokesperson of DPHSS, Janela Carrera. It says, please see the notice of intent announcing above-step recruitment for a human services program administrator. DPHSS is announcing their intent to employ Ms. Crescinda C. Uggood as a human services program administrator at pay grade R, step 3, $70,690 per year in salary. This announcement is in compliance with Public Law 28-112, recruitment above step, section 5, transparency and disclosure. DPHSS also announced their intent to hire above step on their website at dphss.guam.gov, media and radio press release. So, of course, right away when I saw this above step recruitment, which is for a very familiar name, it's actually for a sitting cabinet member. Crescinda C. Uggan is the sister of Adelup Chief of Staff John Jr. Calvo and the daughter of the head of the Civil Service Commission. And she's also currently a deputy director for the Department of Youth Affairs. And so just right off the bat, I just found it very concerning that our GovGuam employees, or anybody for that matter who's applying for these positions, now find themselves competing with cabinet members for these classified positions. And so I had sent a bunch of requests for comment, Senator, one to Adelup Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Augustine, and I asked her, is Crescinda Uggan still the DYA deputy? And the response from Adelup, this is official from the communications director, Crescinda Uggan has expressed her intent to continue public service to our island's youth in a different capacity. In accordance with DOA rules and regs, she has applied as the Human Services Program Administrator for the Department of Public Health and Social Services as part of their newly established Division of Children's Wellness. This is an ongoing process, and no final actions have been taken. At this time, she remains the Deputy Director at DYA. And then, kind of like the cherry on top of all this, Senator, is I don't know if you recall during the GMH oversight hearing, but one of the faces that was missing during that oversight hearing, which I thought was pretty crazy, given that the whole hearing was about above-step recruitment and personnel and HR, was the HR guy for the Guam Memorial Hospital, Tony Uggan, who we found out in that hearing is actually detailed to the Department of Public Health and Social Services as their HR person. And so you see...
I recall that. I recall that question being raised at the hearing.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know which one of you senators asked Lillian, but the hospital administrator said, oh, yeah, he's over there because, we help out public health and they help us out. And so everybody helping everybody, and we help you get above these steps and then send you on your way. But obviously, to me, when I look at this, Senator, I just see all kinds of problems with it. I do. First of all, there's Adelup telling us that this action is not final, even though public health has publicly put out a notice that they intend to hire the deputy director of DYA.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like a lot of times being spent definitely on the PR of trying to explain actions that obviously are very questionable. I mean, it just shows nepotism is alive and well. And if you're with the right group and the in group, your path is paved with gold to employment in this government. And we're seeing, and we saw from the very beginning, Chris, of this administration, one of the first things they did before they did anything else was raise the salary of a number of positions in the directorships throughout the government of Guam. That was the very first action. And here we are, 3 years into this process, and this is becoming, I'm familiar with some agencies, but obviously, we're starting to hear and see these happening in other GovGuam agencies. And I really feel for, other employees, other applicants that perhaps are qualified, that simply want a fair opportunity. I mean, we want to believe that that there is a process and that everyone is given an equal opportunity to apply, be considered, particularly if they have the credentials for these positions. But right now, it seems like the main mission is to hire as many of their people as they possibly can, particularly those that are related and very closely connected to this administration, and put them in classified positions throughout the government, regardless of anyone else trying to apply for these positions. And I really think that sends out the wrong message and the wrong priority. I mean, when people are running for office, as this administration, as everyone you hear running, as you'll hear next year in the election, oh, we're here to serve you, my people of Guam. You know, we're putting ourselves up because we want to do good for our people. And please elect me to office. And yet what we're seeing now is, you know, is that the real priority? It seems the priorities are not in the right place, particularly with regards to hiring, because we're hearing this, you know, from one department to the other department. And then not only are they being hired in these classified positions, you hear this now is very common about above step hiring, that, you know, we've got to raise the salary. And I don't know how many others would have applied for this position or would have had the experience or credentials and may even have already.
Let me tell you,
worked in
Senator.
public.
And it's kind of the evolution of this. Let me just tell you the evolution of this. So, I mean, if this was a position that was being filled by the average Joe or Josefa Cruz, Adelup would not have got involved. But, you know, because I saw that it was the chief of staff's sister who was being recruited above step, I did send it to the chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo, and asked him, hey, do you got a statement? And he said, oh, no, we're going to defer to no statement. We're going to defer to DOA and public health. So I then rang Janella Carrera, who had told me that there were a few other applicants for this position. And she had also sent me a statement, which I'm going to just go ahead and read out to you. It has been the intent of public health to recruit a human services program administrator, and Ms. Uggan was initially selected. In its recruitment process, public health has followed all the proper hiring steps so far in conformity with the law. At this time, nothing formal has been announced to the public as we finalize the recruitment process. But again, I'll just say they have sent out to the public a notice to employ Mrs. Uggan as the Human Services Program Administrator at a salary above what that position would normally make. So I'm just not even sure where to start with this. And then you have that her husband is actually the acting HR of public health as we speak.
Yeah, I think, Chris, we can agree. It just, on the face of it, looking at the information provided, it just really sends out the wrong message to the public. And certainly the fact that, you know, we're hearing this almost weekly about these issues with regards to above step recruitments and the connections that individuals are getting who are being hired. You know, particularly for someone to step down from a cabinet position if they're unclassified into a classified position. That sounds to me like they're making sure they're getting taken care of at the expense of, as you said, it could be Josefa Cruz or anyone else out there in the community. And we just bring that name up as an example, you know, that would have and would want the equal opportunity to apply, particularly if they have actual background in this area, have worked in this area and have experience. And it almost seems like the merit system is something that really, you know, it's becoming a joke these days with regards to having credentials for these positions. I mean, of course, if a position is hard to, you know, as we mentioned in the hearing for the hospital, you know, if you're hiring someone that is a doctor, for example, and of course, I mean, when they have those specialized skills and they have that expertise, then of course, looking at addressing proper compensation, we understand because we're in competition, not just on Guam, but other parts of the world for that skill set. But when you see the political dynamics going on here, it's political parties and people here in the Democrats that are getting placed all over in classified positions that are jumping way ahead of many others that I'm sure probably have worked in these departments for many years and have the experience and expertise, and they're not even up for consideration. And we have a lot of PR going on. That must be the main thing. You have to have a skill set to try and explain or justify the actions that they're taking. But yet on its face, you're looking at it and it just doesn't look right. It doesn't sound right, particularly, and I don't know this individual, but when you look at the lines that connect, they look very closely connected.
Yeah, and I mean, any reasonable person would look at this and say, of all the people to recruit above step, I mean, really? And then if it ends up going to the Civil Service Commission, there's a conflict because her father runs it. Clearly,
well, I guess that can explain things.
I guess, Senator, any reasonable person would look at this and just be like, what? Are you serious? And that's what I was thinking all weekend. Like, are you really serious? So now Anybody who's looking for a job out there to get into the government of Guam, they have to compete against cabinet members? I mean, they don't already have it good enough? Like, now we got to compete against cabinet members who are able to still sit as a deputy director while they're being recruited above step. It is, to me, coal for Christmas.
Particularly as you mentioned, if their spouse is actually assisting now in the hiring process at public health, if that's indeed the case, I mean, again, it looks and sounds very suspect. And it's really undermining the process that the government had put in place, the whole merit system. If this is how people are getting in these days, the other employees in the government of Guam, like I said, that have been working in these positions for many years that may want to apply, they're put at a tremendous disadvantage if they're not even being given consideration because they're not in the in-group. They're not part of the selective group that a lot of these incredibly special accommodations are being made to not only hire, but then hire at positions, for compensation far beyond what is available. And I'm sure there are other people that could have applied for this position, and I hope they did. But, if they're not even considered because they don't have the right name, they don't have the right connections, it's really an outright abuse of the process. It's a tremendous outright abuse of the process of hiring in the government of Guam.
Senator, so, I mean, we know how it looks, right? Just outside looking in, especially given that there have been examples of abuse of the process as recently as that Guam Memorial Hospital oversight hearing. But what about what the government says? Crystal Pacos and Augustine again, saying that, Ms. Uggan wants to pivot a little bit in her public service career. Janela Carrera saying that, hey, we've followed all the rules so far. So what do you respond? What's your response to that we have?
Well, I mean, if they're following the rules, whose rules are they following? Are they following the rules of the merit system or the rules of their own doing and their own, with which they have control over at the moment? And then coming back to justify, I mean, if this Uggan was a classified employee who had worked in public health for many years and, she decided, hey, and we've seen that. You saw that with Linda Norsi. She was a classified employee who stepped up to holding a directorship. And if they choose to go back to that, I'm just giving an example. If they come from many years of experience in that agency, and if they choose to go back, for example, maybe they find that being in the cabinet isn't their cup of tea, and they said, hey, I want to go back to my job security, my classified position, then maybe people could understand that, say, well, she was a classified employee. But in this particular case, if they're not, and they're serving in a cabinet position and they're stepping down to join a classified position, of course, it's going to raise questions, for everybody else to look at and go, hey, what's going on here? And is this a tremendous unfair advantage that this individual is being given by virtue of their connections to the administration, holding a cabinet position, and then essentially, having their road paved to be hired in a classified capacity, and not only at that, but at an above step salary. I mean, goodness, we should all be so lucky. That's not the case, though. That's not the reality for many of our people out there.
Yeah, I'm just really at a loss for words because, in talking with Janela and getting the statement from Adelup, it's clear, like, they don't know how to read the room. You know what I mean? And I was talking to someone over the weekend, and I was like, yeah, it's like they just don't care what the public thinks. And I don't think they do because, what you're seeing here is they're getting their people in very secure positions, classified, right? Where it's no longer, hey, if we lose the election, you're out of a job. But I want to ask, Senator, just before we go on, I want to ask because, in talking with Janela in public health, she had said that it was almost a natural transition for Ms. Uggan to take this position because she's already the deputy of DYA. And remember, DYA oversees CPS. And so this Human Program Services Administrator, part of the new Child Welfare Division, they're saying like, oh, it's just basically she's going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think they're working overtime trying to come up with explanations to justify their actions and hope the public believes what they're saying. I mean, you just got to look at it and call it for what it is. And I'm sure many people out there, as they see and hear this information, are probably going to come to the exact same conclusion that you have with regards to how this has been set up. More the reason because of that direct connection, you think that it would be hands off. And, this isn't something the governor would be encouraging her cabinet members to do. Myself, I've been in an unclassified position pretty much my entire government career. I've never aspired, nor have I asked, nor have I used any connection to, get hired in a classified capacity. And certainly if you're running a department, it just doesn't look good. I mean, it's an unfair advantage that you have in doing so, especially if you didn't come from that department, you didn't work there as a classified employee prior to this. So it doesn't look good, it doesn't sound good. And the real concern here is really the merit system and the process that should be in place by law to make sure that everyone would have an equal opportunity to apply and have that. But you're seeing repeatedly how for the benefit of some, they got tremendous advantage. I mean, people snap of a finger, regardless of their background, are being brought in. They're told they're the most exceptional candidate that's being selected, and that's why they recruited them above step, and why they're being given these positions that many others who just as equally qualify are not even being given the opportunity to even not just apply, but even have any equal fair consideration for these positions. And I think it sets a bad example. I mean, to me, at the end of the day, Chris, this is a tremendous abuse of authority. We tell the people we're running to serve them, but, as time goes on, it's becoming more evident that, some people are running to serve themselves and benefit themselves and benefit their immediate family and their immediate friends and their connections. And I don't think that sets the best example for this community or what our people expect in terms of the time they give us for public service.
So what are we going to do about it?
Well, I think this obviously needs to be looked at. I think, even the bill that I co-sponsored with Senator Tello that was just heard a couple of days ago to require more visibility with regards to hiring. So we're not hearing about it several months or, 6 months after the fact, so that there's a lot more awareness even within department and agencies in the community about what type of hiring is going on and where this hiring is going on, so that there's awareness. Because certainly even in our role in the legislature, we're not aware of this type of hiring that's happening. And now it's becoming fairly repetitive and flagrant. It's one thing, we're going to, hire here and there, but it's almost like the main agenda of this hiring. And, I remember just a few weeks ago in the announcement from Guam EPA, these 18-month positions all of a sudden that have become available. Now we're creating a new position in public health, and how convenient, you have a director, current deputy in DYA now all of a sudden is the most qualified. And, it's just too interconnected here for I think the desire and expectation of our public. I don't think this is what public service is about.
Then how do you not look at this and be like, oh man, maybe this isn't a good idea, guys?
Well, you would think that someone would think about that, but apparently, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, it's almost like, let's get what we can while we have the power to do it. And it's like I said, I think it's a tremendous abuse of authority that's been entrusted in this government and this administration. And yet they hear it. I mean, the governor hears it. She knows it. Maybe it's her people that are doing it, but I don't hear that she's doing anything about it or to correct it or change it.
Man, I want to ask you.
It just keeps going on.
Switch gears.
Next week we'll hear probably about another position.
Right. You never know. Maybe this time it'll be a director.
I don't. Maybe it'll graduate up to a director.
I don't know. At this point, I expect anything. But I wanted to ask you about this. And to me, it's been an issue, and I don't know why you and your colleagues and all your wisdom didn't, foresee it becoming an issue again. But the matter of the Legislative Public Safety Chair, Senator Pito Terlahi, and the news over the weekend, his son was indicted. And, I'm not saying that because, your son does something that, of course it reflects on a parent, right? But I'm just saying that Senator Terlahi used his official capacity to ask about this situation with his son in an official hearing, which I felt was a huge ethical conflict. So I don't know why. We've had to accommodate Senator Pito so much so that we got a Republican, Senator Frank Blas Jr., doing all the heavy lifting for public safety. And I just don't understand why he's allowed to maintain that position, given that clearly he showed that he's conflicted with it.
Well, it's an unfortunate situation, what has occurred. I attended that public hearing that you're talking about. I think we all kind of stepped back a bit while we were listening in on the hearing, that he had even asked those questions, which certainly didn't seem appropriate, just simply because of the conflict that was involved there with the parties of whom he was questioning with regards to his son's situation. That's a question you need to ask to the majority that, appointed and put him in that position. Essentially, they have been very quiet about it. And sure, I can understand not wanting to embarrass a colleague. I mean, that's not a desire of anybody. But certainly, I'm sure for Senator Pito, it's put him in a very difficult situation to oversee, the responsibility that he's been given and the fact that he's had to essentially distribute out the authority of his committee to others, including, as you mentioned, Senator Frank Blas, so that he doesn't have a direct conflict. But you're right, that particular hearing, he asked questions that were highly inappropriate with regards to his personal situation and his official capacity. I think we all recognize that.
I also wanted to ask you, it's kind of relevant to Senator Pito because I saw that he had come out with a statement about this cockfighting issue. I don't know if you heard about this whole cockfighting issue, Senator, but there's a little bit of an issue with it. Yeah, right. So anyway, I had Wayne Pacelli of Animal Wellness Action on the show Friday, and he was kind of raising the red flag about operations up at the Dome, which are set, I think, to begin next weekend. Or anyway, so it was like a fight card that had all like the dollar amounts and all that stuff. And I had raised the point about, what about the leakage of revenue? You know what I mean? So if this is illegal on the federal level, what's happening to this money? Are we collecting taxes on it? Is it going back in the pot? And I was kind of floored. I got a response from the deputy director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and she responded. I asked her, this is what I asked her. I said, this flyer for the Dededo Dome is going around. Can you please tell me what role DRT plays in regulating or collecting taxes from cockfighting operations like the Dome? What are the reporting requirements for the Dome and or winners of cockfights? Thank you. The response, Chris, under current federal law, cockfighting is illegal. DRT plays no role in regulating this type of gaming activity. Which, I mean, I almost dropped my coffee because that means there's a lot of money going around this island totally unregulated, totally not being taxed. And I'm not even sure, based on this response, if you could even like file taxes and say, hey, I won this from cockfighting, which is illegal federally. So what I see here, Senator, is it's a scary situation because I'm hearing like people are connected with the campaign and they're gonna be able to slide and make all this money, and it just, to me, it's another situation where it's just very suspect.
And it's unfortunate. I mean, you can't be on all sides of the same issue. Well, I'm certainly going to be curious to see moving forward if they do actually have these cockfights taking place according to that schedule, whether or not the federal government itself is going to do anything to take any action. It's just unfortunate the tone and direction of where things are right now. It's like, doing the wrong thing becomes the right thing to do. And that really should not be the standard of our community. I don't think that's what our public's expectations are, especially in a time, Chris, not that we haven't always had crime, but we have a lot more crime these days. I mean, the price of drugs have dropped enough that it's spreading even more among our community. And the crimes related to that are elderly that live in their homes that are afraid because they don't know if they're going to be harmed. They don't know if they're going to be robbed. We're not safe to just let our children go out sometimes in the yard and play without actually being there to watch them, to make sure that they're going to be safe. That's what a lot of our people feel. Certainly even I, as an elected official, feel that. I worry about the safety and welfare of my family, as I know many people do out there. And you want to believe that your government, that your leadership is doing the right thing, that they're wanting to hold people to be responsible. And if they're doing the wrong thing, that there's consequence and there's action to that. But when you see these type of examples happening and, the looking the other way that's going on a lot these days, or just not acknowledging it or pretending that it doesn't exist, I mean, that just brings more harm upon our community because if our people cannot even rely on us, that they've entrusted, that they've given us their authority to do the right thing with regards to their government, to make them safe in their own community, then we're undeserving of being in these positions. And that goes to every elected position and key position in this government, even appointed positions and classified positions where we're all supposed to be public servants. And that doesn't give you any sense of comfort because I don't hear anything else happening to correct it. I don't hear the governor intervening and saying, hey, what you're doing is not right, and seeing that there's a consequence or removal of an individual that's abusing that authority. So I can only assume that, must be okay. This abuse of power that's going on these days must be totally okay. And it's not. And you're right. You're not hearing a lot of senators speak up about some of these things because it's happening on their side of the aisle. they're not holding to task as they should. Even these department and agencies that are not properly performing or abusing their positions of authority and power. I don't hear a lot of those oversight hearings happening, other than to sum it up and tell them what a great job they're doing, when we know that there's a lot of things that should be addressed, but they're not questioning it. They're not really getting down to the brass tacks of really questioning these issues. I mean, even look who the members of the legislature that are questioning these issues. I mean, it's a handful. It's a small handful out of 15. The rest are quiet. And they just, I guess they must be okay. It's not affecting them, or they're benefiting from it, because you don't hear much from them about it.
Yeah, I just think, to me, that was really eye-opening that Reverend Tack says, hey, we're not involved with any of that. So that just means that all that money is unaccounted for and not regulated.
Well, there's a whole undercurrent, as you know, that's going on in this community that's not taxed. I mean, that be it, cockfight money, drug money, whatever the case may be. It's a whole other economy that's circulating that you don't really hear a lot of activity, even with regards to those issues and those cases or enforcement action. I mean, you hear, somebody gets pulled over and, they have ice in their vehicle or something, but you don't really hear that as a standard of any major busts that are going on in this community right now. And yet, you know what's going on.
Yeah,
people know what's going on.
There was a statement from Senator Pito. Again, the Animal Wellness Foundation says that people of Guam aren't civilized because of cockfighting. It is more uncivilized to deny human beings real representation in the laws that govern them. We have real crimes to deal with, and we should not commit any law enforcement resources to appease an outsider who doesn't even recognize our human rights. Nothing about, all the
Senator
money.
Pito to answer for himself with regards to his own statement.
I know. I got
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Anyway, it's always good to talk to you. I wish we were talking about more positive comments. We're just a few days before Christmas.
Well, maybe I could get you on before Christmas and we could just set some parameters and only talk about, you a baker? I mean, to give us do you bake?
Not lately, but I can bake.
Yeah, okay, good. Maybe we'll talk about baking next time.
Something to do there.
Right on.
But happy holidays, Chris, to you and the team there at KUAM and to our community. I know we're challenged with a lot of these issues, but you know what? We just have to take the step and speak up and do something about it, because if we don't, then this becomes the standard. This becomes what's acceptable. And I think there's a lot of good law-abiding people in our community that don't find these actions acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, we are standing up and speaking out about it, Senator, but, sadly, a lot of it's still happening.
Well, if we just keep doing what we're doing, I mean, the people of Guam, the power's in their hands, as it always is. And, we got an election year coming up. They get to make those decisions.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Merry Christmas. It's 9:17. Let's head up to the CNMI after the break and get our regional news update with Tomas Maglotnia from the KUAM News team next, right here on The Link.
Let's celebrate the holidays together. Join KUAM and our village mayors for our virtual Christmas lights parade on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We'll take you on a tour around the island to see how each village is making spirits bright. We'll also have some holiday performances and messages from families and troops across the globe. Grab your eggnog and hot chocolate and let's celebrate together. Airing on Christmas Eve at 1 p.m. on KUAM TV 8 and 4 p.m. on KUAM TV 11. And then on Christmas Day, December 25th, watch a special encore at 10:30 a.m. following our live broadcast at 9:30 a.m. Christmas Mass live from Hagåtña Cathedral Basilica.
The Village Mayor's Virtual Christmas Light Parade is presented to you by KUAM Communications and Coast 360. Together, we thrive, making spirits bright this holiday season.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Hafa Day and happy holidays, everybody. I'm Daniel Perez, and my most memorable Christmas memory was of Christmas of 2020. It was just me and a couple friends, and all we did was eat, have fun, and hang out, and talk the whole night. And eventually, well, it was morning and Christmas was over. So don't forget to check on friends, family, and most of all, on yourself. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Far away from home, but not from our hearts. The following special season's greetings from our troops overseas and around the world for you at home.
Buenas and Hafa Day. My name is Chief Master Sergeant Daniel Stone, State Command Chief, Guam Air National Guard. I'm Brigadier General Frenchie for Commander, Guam Air National Guard, and we just want to wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And we'd also like to extend our gratitude and thanks to our community for their continued support of the Guam Air National Guard. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
These special season's greetings from our troops are brought to you locally by the station bringing families together, KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
Hafa Day. My name is Jesse Allig, and I'm the mayor of the beautiful village of Piti and the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Our mayors and vice mayors work on resolving many different issues throughout the day. Now, we're focusing our efforts to recruit 19 new foster families. The numbers vary, but we have hundreds of our own neglected and abused children in need of a home. Auntie Fina Tanatongo, a veteran foster mom, says, all you need is love. If you have a little room in your home and a lot of love in your heart, please join our campaign trail and call the mayor's office to find out how you can become a foster mom or dad. Help us give our children the gift of family.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The holidays are here, and you know what that means. Time to gather with family and friends, dress up our homes, and explore the Christmas season in paradise. Why not share these moments for a chance to win $100 in cash? Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam today to participate in the Guam Visitors Bureau's #InstaGuam photo and video contest. A winner will be chosen every week, so share your best holiday moments now and win. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
93.9 FM.
Hey, good morning. Monday, 9/26. The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Let's hop on the Northern Express and head over to the NMI, where our regional correspondent, Tomas Manglotnia, is standing by in front of the... You're in front of the legislature, right?
I'm in front of the CNMI Governor's Office.
That's what my next guest. Right, yes. He's in front of the CNMI Governor's Office in Saipan. Tomas Manglotnia, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Yes, outside of the Governor's Office, of course, with the big news on Friday of the House resolution calling for the impeachment of Governor Torres being pre-filed. In just about an hour, right down the street is the CNMI legislature, where it will be officially introduced. Of course, the person who filed it, chairwoman of the committee that has been investigating the governor, the JGO committee, Selena Babauta, pre-filing that Friday morning and telling us that this sets the process for some of the impeachment proceedings, which could take a variety of forms, including an impeachment committee being formed. And so we'll bring you the latest with regards to the 10:30 House session, in which this House resolution will be introduced. It does involve about exactly 6 articles of impeachment. The House Resolution 22-14 outlines the 6 articles of impeachment, including 2 felony charges for theft of utility services and theft related to public funds involving travel and lodging, for campaign events in Oregon and Guam, and reimbursements for fuel used in trips in a Department of Public Safety vessel. The resolution also including 2 charges of corruption, one for unlawful first class and business class travel, and another inclusive of misuse of government resources. The resolution also including 2 charges for neglect of duty during a crisis, and also, of course, that contempt charge of the legislature. So in total, 6 articles of impeachment against Governor Ralph Torres. The charge being led by Selena Babauta, who's the chair of the committee. She did receive about 11 other backing lawmakers who signed the House resolution. Legislators who are signed those resolutions concluded in that House resolution, quote, Ralph De Leon Guerrero Torres, by commission of felonies, corruption, and neglect of duty, having undermined the integrity of his office and brought disrepute of the governorship, having betrayed the manner subversive of the rule of law and justice to the manifest injury of the people of the CNMI, legally warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office. Those lawmakers writing that in conclusion of that House resolution. I did also want to read a bit of Sinai Governor Ralph Torres' statement, which he released late Friday evening. He says, "Today is a dark day for our islands. After months and months of wasteful spending of time and resources, instead of working together to help our people during this unprecedented global crisis," Governor Torres says the Democrat-led House chooses posture and uses their time to pursue even more false and baseless charges. He writes, "I leave our people with this simple fact: after 2 super typhoons and our successful ongoing recoveries and fighting back a global pandemic with hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds, the federal government has found no crime and no malfeasance." He writes, he adds, "Nothing. Rather, my administration has been received commendations for the many successful stories of our people working to help the Sinai back on its feet. That alone speaks to the farce that representatives are trying to perpetrate on the people of the NMI." And of course, this all coming on the heels of the investigation after really what set this in motion was after Sinai Governor Ralph Torres decided not to show up to one of the hearings which he was subpoenaed to appear for, which led to a contempt charge, which led the governor to file a lawsuit about the subpoena, and then ultimately all of this culminating in a matter of really days, work days, for this House resolution to be introduced. Of course, this will be officially introduced, like I said, in about an hour, the House session or so. And for those who might be wondering, we'll be posting an explainer on our social media pages about the impeachment process in the Sinai. But 2/3 of the House will need an affirmative vote to initiate these impeachment proceedings. There are about 20 members there. That equates to about 14 members of the House. Now, I did say about 11 or 12 House members put their name on this. And so they do ultimately officially pursue this through the legislative processes. They're not too far away from that 2/3 vote that they would need for possible impeachment. And of course, similar to the continental US, the Senate is in charge of holding those hearings and would ultimately convict or vote not to convict with 2/3 of its members voting. And Chris, I think one of the interesting things too is that Governor Ralph Torres's running mate, Vinny Sablan, is a senator in the Senate. And so it's unclear what his involvement might look like if the House were to eventually move forward with their affirmative votes, which they seem to appear to have. However, based on talking with sources, I think some people might be expecting all of this to happen in the next week. It doesn't look like that's going to exactly be the case. There's a process to this. And if you go, watch our interview with Selena Babata on Friday, right after she filed it, there is a bit of a lengthy process. But given that there are these votes that they have, members who have signed on, both members who are also Republicans who also support Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, and so just to put this in context and walk it a little back, with Governor Ralph Torres running for governor, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, and then ultimately also Tina Sablan running for governor of the Democratic Party, you're seeing a lot of these factions also come out and put their names on that House resolution. And so in the House of Representatives, there are 20 members. 2/3 of those would be needed for to initiate those impeachment proceedings and to impeach. Then the Senate, 2/3 of their 9 members would need to vote to convict if it gets there. Of course, that hasn't, this House resolution was just pre-filed, but that is some of the process that we're expected to see fold out in the next month or so with regards to impeachment. I did want to shift gears a little bit. Of course, the Sinai now is in its 8th week of its COVID-19 surge. Over the weekend, unfortunately, 2 deaths of COVID-19 were reported. On December 18, the Sinai's 7th COVID-19 related death was reported, along with 54 new cases confirmed positive on December 17. And just last night, we received the unfortunate news of the Sinai's 8th COVID-19 related death, along with 47 new cases that were confirmed positive for COVID-19. We're also expected to hear later today from the CEO, Esther Muña. They'll be opening up a new COVID-19 center in one of the villages here in order to provide a more streamlined, holistic process for those who might have questions or concerns about COVID-19 and this surge. And as this happens, the CNMI last night also changing its travel protocols. Starting today, the CNMI will have a new travel protocol that allows fully vaccinated travelers entering Saipan to be tested for COVID-19 upon arrival, and then they'd have to wait for their test results at home or at their hotel or wherever they're staying until the results are available. Of course, this is a major shift now. Those fully vaccinated travelers no longer need to get tested on their 5th day. They get tested on arrival, get the results, and then they're free to go about their business on the island. The protocol for unvaccinated travelers remains the same. They have to quarantine in a government facility for 7 days and will be tested on their 7th day. So that's some of the headlines here in the CNMI with regards to politics and also COVID that continues to surge here in the CNMI.
Yeah, Tomas, I know you're talking about the articles of impeachment and how this isn't like a, wham bam, thank you spam that, introduce it today, trial starts tomorrow. So what exactly is that timeline?
It's unclear. I think we might get a better picture of it today. I'm definitely asking today after the House session. It's not this week, but we're also hearing of a possible rally. It's unclear. There's some flyers going around, but we'll see if anyone actually shows up or, it's not the flyers that I've seen aren't assigned to any one group or person. So we'll just confirm if that rally is happening or not, and we'll be there to see if it does. But I think this, I don't know if it necessarily coming as a surprise is the right phrase, given that things have escalated in a matter of days, from the Superior Court lawsuit to the contempt charge, and things of that nature. The CNMI governor is going to be holding a press conference tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. We did confirm that. He was supposed to hold it Friday. He moved it to Monday today and then moved it to tomorrow. So I don't know if it'll be moved again. But we will definitely ask about all of these developments. And without a doubt, lots of questions still remain. And the first step, as Representative Babata told us, was this pre-filing. And then there's a vast array of ways to go about initiating the actual impeachment, which again would require 2/3 of the House. And they're going to put that in process. I think based on what I'm hearing, it's most likely going to take the form of a committee for this. And we'll see what the final wording looks like and when they are expected to take a vote on that. No secret, it's an election year, and lots of people paying attention to whose signatures are on that document. But we'll continue to wait and see and find out.
Yeah, talking about wait and see. I know you're supposed to come back home today. So what has this whole articles of impeachment done to that timeline for you? I mean, you were supposed to come back to Guam today. I don't know where you're calling home, but you're supposed to come back, right?
Yeah, we'll wait and see, Chris. Of course, this becoming historic news with the resolution being pre-filed. I did ask, though, what does this mean for the hearings? Does this mean that the JGO committee, the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee, is wrapped up? Because I believe they have about at least 2 or 3 more people they want to hear from officially. And they said not necessarily, but of course, they always start the hearings telling the person that is testifying that this is not about them. This is about Governor Torres and his actions that they allege. Of course, Governor Torres has come out. You go online, look at our stories on it, has released at least 3 videos regarding this in his video series. Not sure when the next video will be dropping online, but we'll see. He did just return from Guam for personal and what appears to be also business matters, campaign matters as well. I believe he got back Saturday morning, and so he's coming home to this news, and we'll wait for a live forum with him to ask him some questions.
Well, good luck with that, Tomas. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Right on. Tomas Manglotnia, CNMI correspondent. It is 9:38 on this Monday, December 20th. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with my good friend Eric Borja to debut a new single of his right here on The Link. Good morning.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms. I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me. I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Hafaday Tauto Guam. This is Lucy Joseph Blossom family wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas!
My name is Kevin Delgado from the village of Mingilao, and this is my giving story. So there are many charitable organizations on our island, and they do such a great job. But for me, I'm going to talk about the Ministry to the Homeless, which was originally called Cocina and Camel and Caridad. And before that, it was Camel and Caridad, and before that was Guma San Francisco. And I'm going to take it all the way back there. That's where my story of giving begins. I belong to a faith community in Mingilao called Santa Teresita. And there, a group of people came together, including my grandma and my grandpa, and they actually started up Guam's homeless shelter a couple of decades ago. I was too young to actually see our homeless families come and eat, but I remember going there to drop donations, to help them cook, and then I would just head home. I was very, very curious about who exactly these people were that needed our food and our donations. So as the years progressed, I got more involved and I started asking, can I start to volunteer? Can I bring in some people to decorate for the holidays? Can I start up some canned food drives and some other necessities drives? And then eventually I took a lead also with getting volunteers and donors throughout the course of the year. So I like their story. I like their mission because it's every day that there are people that are hungry. And unless the governor says we have to all shut down, they feed every single day of the year. Now I'm actually helping with getting volunteers. It used to be a couple of times a year. Now it's a couple of times a month, maybe even multiple times in a month, and for special occasions. So I am moved by their mission, and I hope that you are moved by this story. If you'd like to assist on this Giving Tuesday, it takes a very little amount of effort. First, you got to give us a call. And then secondly, all you need to do is prepare 50 to 75 prepackaged meals, at least a starch, a meat or two, a salad, dessert, and a bottle of water. And we'll give them back their dignity. At least they have something to eat. That's something that's constant. One thing that's constant throughout this uncertain times. So if you'd like to help us out at the Ministry of the Homeless, be a part of our giving story.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi, That's What I Like.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP HAFA Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP HAFA Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagonya every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
.45 coming up. We'll do Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. 9:46 now on this Monday, December 20th. Eric with a C, Borja, joins us in the Link Zoom room. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Buenas.
Bananas and Jules. We're doing pretty good, man. How about you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing good.
So anyway, a little chicken told me that you have a new single that you're going to debut this morning on the Link.
Yeah, it came out a little bit late, but I got it done. I was very excited about it. Being in quarantine actually inspired the song, and a friend, a coworker, gave me the idea. And while I was sitting in my bedroom quarantining, and I was like, you know what better time to think of a song, and come up with something. And one thing led to another, and here we are today.
Tell us a little bit about the song, my friend.
Also, it was just, God bless everybody out there, and everybody stay safe. And for those who are recovering from the COVID, God bless you all, and praying for healing for all of you. And for those who have gone, we pray that your soul may rest in peace. But also, I was sitting in my room, just thinking about life and just thinking about how hard it was just to be in there. I can imagine the other people who are actually quarantining for a lot longer, or, just, man, it breaks my heart, and how rough that was just for me. I just decided, I was writing the song. I wrote it towards my family and my, as they had to stay away from me just to be on the safe side, and it made me feel, deeply for the ones that are unable to see their family at this moment, because they're in quarantine, or they're trying to recover from the COVID, and I came up with something, just singing to my family and letting them know that no matter what the case may be, we're still gonna see each other, and we're gonna get through this, and we're still gonna celebrate Christmas, and last year was hard. It was a rough one, but this year, we're getting there. We're working on opening up a little bit more, and still got to take precautions and mask up. And, I wear my mask everywhere I go. Right now I'm in my office, so I took my mask off, but other than that, I'm wearing it, and just doing my part, to keep the community safe too, So yeah, there's a song for my family and for those who can relate to it too, I hope everybody can, find some relation to this song.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play it then. And it's called Spread Holiday Cheer, Not the Virus. Is that the name of it?
Yeah, yes it is.
That's very
Spreading
clever.
holiday cheer, not the virus.
Right on. And here you go. It's a new song from Eric Borja, and you got it here first, right on the link. Good morning.
Christmas time is near. I still can't hug you like I want to. COVID is to blame. Why it's still the same. Gotta keep my family safe and stay away. Fist bumps for everyone. Celebrate
So spread it and get it, guys. Good job, Eric.
Thanks, brother.
You're the man, bro. Appreciate it. Where can people find this song other than on the breeze?
Actually, it should be released by tomorrow. It's actually available right now for streaming on YouTube. Just type it in, Spreading Holiday Cheer, Eric Borja. It should pop up. Spotify should be releasing it by tomorrow. Apple Music, all music media should be rocking and rolling by tomorrow. Thank you everybody for the support. Also, can I just make a quick announcement? This project was supported by a grant from the American Rescue Plan, along with the National Endowment for the Arts, the Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities Agency, Government of Guam, and the Office of the Governor.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Right on. Good morning, guys. 9:55. Let's go ahead and end with Cover Me, shall we? We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and do Cover Me with my good friend Fluff right here on the link. Good morning.
The world of television is more
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Burger King, okay? And you can give the gift of Burger King. It's also the gift of taste, okay? BK gift certificates available in $20 books. And also you can check out the Italian Original Chicken Sandwich, which is back at Burger King for a limited time only. It is Cover Me this morning on the link. Guys, be safe. And I'll get at you tomorrow morning on the link. Until then, Guahusa Chris, hasta Adjo!
Igay langitan to nudumikikigwi ite nindilangi lumadofigwi o podgun gilen inoihaw dias sa hogu si Jesus Zani Messias Martins and flores rosagidos pasunya Magwait sa maata ni atadoknya O podgun bilen Hinoihaw dias Sa hogu si Jesus Zani Messias